What the hell is going on, everybody? Welcome back to MythVision.
I was just
Andrew-
raptured, and I just asked to come back because I didn't want to be taken away from this.
Thank you so much, everybody. Andrew Whyte is joining us here. He has a podcast. Everybody go and check out his podcast, please. He is doing deep dives into all sorts of topics. When a Christian fully embraces evolution, the evangelical case for conditional immortality, Kirk Cameron controversy in the case for conditional immortality, virgin births in ancient culture, atheist prayer 2, all sorts of interesting stuff. Hope you check him out there. He also has an older YouTube channel that he's not been participating in lately, mainly focused on the podcast side. I hope you'll go subscribe, called Christian Diversity. Before we move forward, Andrew, did you want to comment about either one of these?
Well, yes. So Christian diversity came out of my, well, put it this way. I did it 10 years ago as if equally I could have been an evangelical Christian. And all I was doing was putting out the very essence of what really deconstructed my faith, which was basically all of the so many diverse controversies within even within just evangelical Christianity. And I wanted just to present, I suppose, what was troubling me, but I wasn't doing it that way. I just wanted to put together, look, let's just let Christians speak and let the opposing view speak. And I edited them together in a way that you think, oh my gosh, what is truth? Where is the truth? You know, and so I did 14 subjects, one of which we're going to talk about tonight. I just found, I did a lot of research, a lot of work in finding sermons. You know, I could have probably come across one of yours way back there, Derek.
Yeah,
because you did some, you know.
I didn't do a lot.
I found one.
It wasn't popular enough to do that yet. I mean, clearly, but yeah, I think you've dug deep. We've had some private conversations, and obviously we go deep in the weeds. And there's a couple of funny videos I do feel like playing before we get into this whole hell business and what's going on with Kirk Cameron. Pretty wild to watch, but it's expected. I expected this would happen to anybody. Anyone who, I don't care how much power or authority they have, how close you think you are to them, as soon as you change your mind about a fundamental dogma that they hold to, it's over. You could say goodbye to all of it. And that tells you how thin the real friendship is based upon the other stuff for many people. I find that unfortunate. Real quick, why is the intro so long? Because when you do live streams, sometimes it takes people a few minutes to get notified on YouTube. I don't understand it, but gives time for people to show up. That's why we did a long. So I created a new long one that gives the whole song and lets you kind of enjoy a little bit of the visuals. Good to see everybody here. We got a super chat already. Stefan skips the line. Thank you so much. There are people like you, so I know there will always be people like me. Guess it never mattered what I tried. I was never going to trust anyone being born second in that house. Live the best life for man. I think that's an inspirational statement saying, do the best you can, you know, be the best human. And thank you so much, Stefan. Really, really do appreciate that. There's no bother at all. No bother at all. Good to see everybody here. Be sure to smash that like button. Show us some love and share this thing. Let's make some noise. So before we get into hell and annihilationism, you've made a few funny clips, if I may. Mainly the one we're going to get into, unlimited atonement. But let's start with that one. Let's start with a little laugh.
And we will show you the essence of what my videos are. Yeah,
exactly. So if you're interested in the YouTube side, here's what Andrew put together.
On the cross in dying for humanity. Who exactly did Christ die for? Take a look at this sequence and see what you think.
What is the effect of Jesus's death? And for whom did he die?
Obviously, when Christ went to the cross 2,000 years ago, he knows for whom he was paying because they were chosen before the foundation of the world.
How many people did Jesus die for? Well, 1 Timothy 2 is perfectly clear. He died as a ransom for all, and all means, wait for it, all.
He does not believe that Jesus shed his blood to pay for the sins of every human being. No, I do.
These people don't understand the figurative use of language.
Jesus went to the cross and died not for everyone, but for the elect.
And then somebody comes to you and says, well, I don't believe Jesus died for everybody. They're not basing that on scripture. They're just basically just denying the word of God. I mean, why wouldn't I doubt the salvation of someone who believes this stuff?
Let's just be honest. We both have our systems. But which system is more consistent is the question.
I'm consistent from Genesis to Revelation.
There is a specific purpose in Jesus' death, and that is so that those who have been called may receive the promise of the eternal inheritance.
I say without question, it's a consistent message of God extending his love to the entire world, giving an opportunity for people to respond. He set it up like that in his sovereign will.
The author of salvation is extended to every human being without exception.
One of the reasons why it's important when we use the language to remind our Arminian friends that both views, in some sense, limit the atonement. We limit its intent. They limit its power.
Arminians use as their proof texts.
I remember half
the words all, whole, and world in relation to God's intentions in salvation, interpreting it to mean every single person.
God desires everyone to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth.
Does the Bible teach that what Jesus did, he did equally for everyone?
And I believe he died specifically for those who would believe in him, and those who believe in him are those who are regenerated by the Holy Spirit based upon the eternal sovereign electing purpose of God.
We would expect that the idea of God choosing would be offensive to the rebellious human soul, but even more so in our culture, where free will and I'll have it my way is almost at an idolatrous level. So it's not surprising to me that people are offended by the idea of God's sovereign choice in this generation.
As you can see, strong views on both sides, both claiming the truth of the Bible teaches their particular view. Take a look at this video sequence of two pulpit preachers actually preaching the opposing views.
This is good.
That he, by the grace of God, should taste death for every man.
Then limited atonement is the only thing that makes sense.
Romans 5, Hebrews 2, 1 John 2, he died for all, he died for all, he died for all.
Well, that's not what Scripture teaches.
How can you call yourself a Bible-believing Christian and say, I believe the Bible's the Word of God, and then look at this verse, Hebrews 2:9, and say Jesus didn't die for everybody?
But here he's talking about a specific group of people whom the Bible calls the predestined. I didn't make that up. John Calvin didn't make that up. Luther didn't make that up. Spurgeon didn't make that up. This is Paul speaking under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit.
You're a liar is what you are. You're a false prophet is what you are.
It is a particular redemption that pays for specific individuals like you and I.
You don't believe this book. You believe in lies written by man.
Wow, that is strong views.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I imagine
10 years ago, I did that.
I love how you let them do it to each, and that was not intentional. They weren't really trying to go at each other, but
nope.
You just found two pulpit preachers that were saying completely opposite messages, and the same can be said about hell, especially with what happened with Kirk Cameron recently.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've got a hell one there in that 14 episode series.
Do we want
they go at each other in the same way? I mean, you could do a little snippet, the one with John Piper in there,
okay.
Little tiny minute of it. Yeah. So it's eternal. It's it's down the list under just the title Eternal Hell. And that will then probably platform where we're going today.
Okay.
And
yeah,
it wasn't hard finding alternate hell teaching, but
was that Bart Ehrman back in the day, Bart? Or no, that's no. So it's after this part, it's right here somewhere.
Yeah, I can't see. There's nothing on my screen.
Oh, you can't see anything?
No, it's just whirring. It's just whirring away with a like a buffering symbol. The video played earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me do it again then, because it was showing for me. On my
right.
Do you see that?
No. Oh, now I do. That's it.
Okay. So help me out.
Where is it? Yeah, scroll through a bit. Where's the John Piper bit? there. There, yeah. So go back. Yeah, that's jump over. So about where the first camera symbol is there.
Okay, wasn't that right?
No, yeah,
here?
About there. Yeah.
Okay, let's check it out. Everybody, hit the like button. Let us continue.
Out on heaven that way.
Another thing is that if people are lost forever, then that means God failed.
Hell, as far as I know, is never pictured in the Bible as a place of eternal life plus torment. It's pictured as a place of eternal death. Now, what does that mean, eternal death?
Eternal punishment. Conscious life in a body resurrected and suited for everlasting punishment.
Immortality is not universal. They can only receive immortality on the condition that God gives it to them as a gift through Jesus Christ. Hence, this view goes by the term conditional immortality. And only the saved will live forever.
Annihilationism is embraced as a form of divine eternal punishment.
I'm going to do a short video today on the blasphemous doctrine of annihilation or conditional immortality.
Annihilationism is not a form of the wrath of God. It is escape from the wrath of God, which God does not allow.
He will destroy them. He will punish them with destruction. They will be destroyed. They will be destroyed forever. And that is eternal punishment, because they are eternally punished. The result lasts forever and is never undone.
I believe that whatever punishment God's justice requires will be meted out. They're ultimately destroyed by God's love. God lovingly and justly makes them as though they never were.
Early Jews, the Jews of the Bible, they never taught it. You'll never find hell in the Old Testament in any new translations today. And the early church fathers didn't teach it, and neither did Jesus or his apostles.
If the churches today have stopped preaching on hell, if the preachers don't preach on hell, if the seminaries and Bible colleges don't teach the young men about hell, if they extricate it from the Bible, it makes no difference whatsoever. It is still a place that you must deal with one day.
I go up to people and say, what? You believe in eternal torment? You're kidding me. Oh my God.
That is hilarious. I don't want to get dinged because of the music. That's good music. I know that song. So
right. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because YouTube will it'll get me. My goodness.
Yeah.
So hell is a big problem. And you dealt with this what, 15 years ago? I mean,
let me see, 30 years ago. I was young, and it was the big subject that got hold of me in my late teens and into my 20s, and I did an intense I would probably say over a 7-year span, not like all the time, but it was my focus of research, like privately. I went to pre-internet, went up to London libraries, because I'm in London, I live in London, and I got into these ancient evangelical libraries, and they had these books going back to the 19th century, and whereas my friends, even Christian friends, were partying or just living life or whatever, or just not having got a clue, I was researching, because my church in London, when I moved to London, the pastor there was a very scholarly kind of guy, and he argued the case for what was called conditional immortality to us as the church. And I was, well, first of all, I reacted. I was like very impressed with the arguments, but I thought this can't be right. The tradition couldn't have gone wrong like that. And so I was like thinking, that's a brilliant argument. I want to find out what history was in that. And then I found a wealth of 19th century material. And then I studied the early church first 300 years, quite a lot. And once I saw it there, and once I saw the reason that I thought as a Christian, and still today would argue why we have the tradition, I think I know the answer from history. And so why we have the traditional view, I mean, yeah.
If I may, our viewer might be tuning in and they go, oh, I know about hell where you will never cease and you will endlessly be tortured and suffer, right? That's the idea I think most of us grew up with or have been taught. There are some, like you said, who have annihilation. Can you tell us the difference between eternal conscious torment, annihilation, universalism, various just different forms of what expectations Christians had. And maybe we can get into like some of what the ancient fathers that you've come across, what they thought about it.
Yeah. Good way to premise it. So yes, so if anyone was coming up to the concept of hell, you've got like a christened, what I call like you've put a Christendom vault. So even if you're a non-Christian, you inherit through films, through just life, really. You inherit what became the dominant view was that hell is an experience, like it's an experience of suffering that is infinite and endless. As long as God is God, and as long as heaven is heaven, there is endless and infinite suffering for those that are not saved. That became the dominant view. However, what's really interesting is that if I could sum up the three ideas that are absolutely without question in early church history, they're all related to fire. And so fire can essentially, I mean, there's more than three views really when it's pinned down. But if you were just to, so how simple can you make this, Andrew? Okay, so fire can purge. We have the idea of, like when you do metal work and you get rid of all the dross and out comes a pristine sort of metal, I think I forget the term for it now, but basically it's purgative. That got picked up quite early in the church it was used later for purgatory, but also there was what you call universal restoration. The idea was that fire is without question an image of judgment in the Bible. There's just no avoiding. And in the talk today, we're going to get to that sort of thing, obviously. The association of fire actually, for some people, was a purgative idea. That people through, it was called ultimate restoration or ultimate reconciliation. So there would be the saved and then there would be the unsaved, but the path of the unsaved would be through the fire of judgment. They would be purged and ultimately come out and enter into the kingdom alongside the saved. So the thing is, when someone throws out the term universalism, there is a sort of a general pluralist that everyone's just saved. That's not what ultimate reconciliation was in the early church. It wasn't that you were all saved. It's that the unsaved ultimately, through fire of pain and suffering, enter into heaven. And that's one view. That was actually probably the third view that developed. So I'm going to go backwards. The view
so
just
you would
before
say
that,
it was a reaction probably to an uglier
I think it was possibly a reaction.
Interesting.
It's complicated because there's philosophical views about it and there's biblical verses for it, and there really are, even for universalism, which blew me away. When I was at college, my lecturer read out, this was Spurgeon's college in London years ago now, he read out about 8 verses, and I genuinely thought he wasn't reading the Bible, because they were just too universalistic. And so even though that was the view that I didn't come to at all, I was so surprised. I went, the Bible can't, let me get the Bible out. Oh my gosh, that does sound like universalistic language. And then another one, and then another one. And then I thought, wow, okay. So that was but this was after I'd done all my study on conditionalism. So I'm going to go back. So before that, probably the late 2nd century, we had our first move to what became the eternal conscious torment view. And that was the idea that fire caused pain rather than purging. Okay, so I'm going to go back when I go back to the what I think is the most primitive view and what the fire was there. And so that view was wedded to an idea very clearly in the early church fathers, and it wasn't before, that human beings had an immortal soul. Now, you may have heard of that term. Yeah, I mean, it's a Christian term since the late 2nd century. Nowhere in the Bible, from Genesis to Revelation, it's just not there. And then we'll get into that later. But they started using it. Tertullian said the soul was safe from destruction because it was immortal. And he said, I'll use the opinion of Plato, by the way, in his writings to support the eternal soul. So he had an idea that that when you went into the fire, it was clearly an endless suffering to Tertullian in the late 2nd century. This was really the first clear, explicit understanding of the traditional view. But it's not even held today, because he explicitly talked about hell being eternal killing. He said that the body would be raised, almost like killed raised again, killed, like a continuous action throughout all eternity. And he said, and then along with the soul, which can't be destroyed. So he used all that language and then held to what was eternal suffering. And in that period, because the church had been persecuted, they were sort of looking forward to the idea of the unsaved being tortured forever, basically. People don't talk like that these days, even evangelicals. They sort of pull away from this sort of almost glee at the eternal suffering of unbelievers. It's not like that, and it's really changed. Even the traditional view has changed. Okay, so I'm going to go back further, but I might have given it a bit away, because Tertullian said the soul was saved from destruction because it was immortal. So he said, don't let anyone think that when you find the word destruction in the Bible, it means making an end of the soul, because it's already immortal. That was the Tertullian's argument. Before that, you never find that argument. What you found was over and over and over the same language of the Bible, and you found immortality was a term only applied to the saved. You found that the resurrection body of the saved was immortal, that only God was immortal, like in the passages in the Bible, that immortality was really a gift. There's a church father called Irenaeus who's very strongly in this language. He talks about being deprived of continuance forever and given the gift of continuance forever because you've acknowledged your creator, things like that. So the idea there then with the fire, to pick up that theme, purgative, the last view to come about, universalism, just tormenting, that's what the fire did, and destroyed. The fire burns up like an incinerator. It's like the lake of fire and the image of fire, and God is a consuming fire in the language of the Bible, that he would destroy the wicked in a rather violent way. So it's not light or laughable, like in the clip that John Piper was saying. It wasn't an escape from God's wrath. It's just that through his wrath, there was a painful death, like an inflicted painful death. And that is very different from eternal torment, very different from purging, but it's also the conditionalist idea of combining experiencing the wrath of God, but also losing. My screen has suddenly gone off and I'm back. Okay.
Yeah, you're back. You're back.
If it went off.
Yeah. You said it was experiencing and then boom.
Yeah, so I was just, finally destroyed there. That clip. I'm back, so maybe universalism is true.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, that's right. So, so those were the ideas, and so what you'll find is that the very primitive writings before Tertullian, they were all using the language of the Bible, and they were all using language where immortality was never used of the unsaved. It was just a term that was for the righteous only. And so it was only when Tertullian was very clear and around about the late 2nd century that you had this immortality of the soul. And it was clearly coming from Greek philosophy. Augustine quoted Plato. These church fathers were very Greek influenced. And so it wasn't hard for them to go, oh, well, if the soul even survives death, then of course it can't be destroyed. It must be eternal, it must be immortal. Plato thinks that. Yeah, we think that. And then when if you think of fire, particularly the phrase eternal fire, and you think that your being is eternal and immortal, you're going to wed those two together. Yeah. But if you think you're destructible and perishable and say God is eternal fire, you're going to think that you could be destroyed in that fire, as which says, oh no. Last time I had trouble, but not this trouble. Yeah.
You said as.
As.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. It does go.
He's experiencing pain right now. He's experiencing hell right now, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm being judged as I'm speaking about the views. I'm just trying to see what it looks like my connection's fine, but
weird.
I've got like 100 meg or something.
As soon as it goes to start. No. It's the internet. It's the internet, I think. I don't think it's his camera. I think it's the internet. Now the camera might be, dated, of course, but I think it's more the internet connection. So we might lose him. He might drop and then come back. Someone brought up the Gospel of Peter. I was going to bring that up to him. Apocalypse of Peter, not Gospel of Peter, but the Apocalypse of Peter. That was an interesting one. I did a video on that a while back where if you know somebody that's Christian and you're in hell, you can get out of hell free card by them saying, hey, God, I know that person. And then you can get out of hell and get into heaven. And I imagine that's a reaction to the ugly nature that was already being taught by many people about hell. So Christians themselves are struggling. They're struggling with their own doctrines. There we are. All right. I kept everybody a little distracted. Can you hear me? We see you, but you can't hear me obviously yet.
Hello.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm gonna reboot my router, I think.
Okay. So we're gonna lose him for a minute. I'm gonna go full screen. I'm gonna take him backstage. I'm gonna go full screen. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing? It's been a hell of a day, hasn't it? So we were just playing a video for those who were just tuning in earlier about hell. We did one on just laughing about the different teachings that Christians had from his YouTube channel. It's good to see everybody. Good to see. He said, love his shirt. Basically, Center says, phone a friend. Someone said, let's not play hand and foot games. Yes, I was given that offer. He's in the netherworld. Yep. Yeah, I think so. I think he needs to reboot his hub. Absolutely. And he'll work on that. I'll keep you guys distracted for now. You'll keep me distracted, really. Either way, I'm Rebel Derek, but I'm a Rebel Derek. Green Country says. Solera Knight, good to see you here. Billy, of course, wanted to show you some love. And let me see. Yeah, that's the one. Apocalypse of Peter. So in the Apocalypse of Peter, that I actually have a video clip where I talk about this, but yeah, you just know somebody, get out of hell. But think about what that meant, that you would have to come up with an idea that, oh, if you know a Christian, it can get you out. That's a big deal. That Christians themselves didn't like this idea, didn't really like the teaching that they had. But I think just so we're on the same page when Andrew comes back, Greek philosophy, and this is something we've been saying to the apologists for quite some time, when they act like all of our ethics, Western society would be nothing without Christianity. And it's like, let's just imagine the Greek world and Roman world would have thrived and Christianity didn't take over. Do we honestly believe that the philosophers would not have thrived and continued to be more ethical, continue to, move in the same direction? That's silly. So the same goes for the philosophy that Christians adopted, you see comes from the Greek world. Okay, Andrew, you're back, man. Can you hear me? Hold on. How come I can't get you full screen? Oh, there you are. I'm over here talking. And yeah.
I normally have 100 or so meg, and it's like, oh, yeah, it's gone up now. So I think we'll be right. I rebooted. I think we'll be okay.
Please pick up. I was just telling them about how Greek philosophy and Christians inherited a lot of this stuff, but please try to pick up where we left off.
Yeah. Okay. So, yes, I think I was talking about immortality. Yes, the primitive wording. So what happens here between the debates? So if I just sort of sum up what happened, it's like the primitive church used the language of the Bible. They really stuck to those words. And occasionally you had a little expansion here and there. When it really started to change was when they wedded the idea of the immortal soul, which you don't find in the Bible. And the language of immortality was then applied to universally all human beings when it wasn't before. And it isn't in the Old Testament and the New Testament. And so what happened is you can spot roughly when this change happened. It was the late 2nd century and then from then onwards. And so what happened was that in the 3rd and 4th centuries, you had the conditionalist view, the destruction, the idea that you're destroyed in the fire, experiencing different measures of pain. Then you had the eternal view where it was endless pain. And then you had the the idea that the fire purged and you had the saved ultimately, a bit like the destructionist view, except there's heaven at the end rather than extinction. You know what I mean?
Like
So
all
that
the
would have been
bad
that
is
view.
gone. It's like purging all the bad, and what remains, kind of like the Zoroastrian take in a way. And like what's evil gets purged, but then you're purified. What's left is purified and can enter into bliss.
That's right. And so then, so really it was the idea that destruction and perishing was referring to your sin, and the sin that's within you that needs some kind of purging. It caused problems with the atonement, which was meant to be doing that through Jesus, but now it's being done through the fire. So there's all this sort of discussion going on. But Augustine, by the time you get to his period, he came down as like the other two views of heresy. And universalism was more popular than conditionalism at this period. There's a lot of church fathers that were universalist. That I found that fascinating, by the way. I found that really fascinating. Like, wow. So you could have had groups of churches that were universalists, and when you talk of hell, it was that, and it wasn't this eternal, everlasting torment. But they still believed in the immortality of the human being, all of them, like universally. So that's what they had. That's universalists and traditionalists have that in common. The conditionalists and the traditionalists have another thing in common, that the finality of the judgment is never undone, whether it's endless torment or eternal death in that literalistic sense. So that's the little bit about, say, the first 3, 4, up to 5 centuries. By the time we get up to the 5th and 6th century, universalism has been knocked on the head. Conditionalism has been knocked to the side, way out of sight. Traditional has the dominant sway, which is why you and I and anyone in mainstream evangelicalism would have only probably heard of that view. Can you hear me okay? Because your picture's frozen now, but I'm fine.
It's got to be, I would imagine it's your end, I would think. But yeah, I'm fine.
All right, okay. So it's looking both fine because you're just
you're looking fine
me,
too.
But,
yeah.
Okay. Oh, you're back now. Okay. So that really I'm just trying to sort of sum up. So if I was just to recap that, the pinnacle ideas in the church that then got in the church in terms of looking back at history was that the fire was consuming and you were destroyed as a sinner, horrifically, maybe. You were just endlessly living in pain, or you were purged and ultimately came out into the new heavens and the new earth. So that was the 3 ideas, all using the idea of fire. So I would say that was a surprise for me, because I thought, why didn't anyone tell me this? So it's like, because it means that they were discussing these issues as believing Christians, in the first 3 centuries, a bit like Trinitarian debates. There were people that thought this and thought this and thought this before finally we honed down on the Trinity as we now know it as orthodoxy. But people were trying to discuss, and they were trying to have, to and fro's, because the Bible does give, I would say the Bible, I'm going to be biased here, but I would say the Bible probably gives about 90% of its support to conditionalism. And I would say, maybe, about 90%, maybe out of the rest of the 10%, I'd say 7% to universalism, and then I'd say 3% to the traditional view. But that's because people are going to go, what are all these verses? But that's what we can now talk about, some of these verses, and how they how I think they've been misunderstood, and how you can probably demonstrate through the Jewish cultural background, through the fact that Jewish people today don't believe in an endless torment from the Old Testament or anything like that. And so this needs to be taken into consideration on how the Jewish scriptures were seen, and how the following on from that, the New Testament writers were developing their ideas. So that would be the platform of this whole subject for me. And I spent a lot of time researching this, wanting to know the truth. I didn't want someone just to tell me it. I wanted to discover it,
Yeah. So I'll take a few of these super chats, if that's cool with you, Andrew, and then we'll come back to continuing.
Absolutely.
Late Night Taju, thank you so much for that super chat. Which sect or religion do you think has or had the nastiest version of hell?
Right. Yes. Well, actually, funny enough, in my sort of readings of it, I think actually, well, it's a cross between. I mean, in Islam, in the Quran, you've got actually horrific versions of hell, but actually, the nastiest version, say, church history, is actually Dante, and you must have heard this. You know, Dante's hell, all this. And pre-Dante, you've got the Apocalypse of Peter, horrific, and that was in the churches in some of those places. Horrific views of hell, like tortured in all kinds of ways based on the type of sin. This is where you get the sort of I don't know, you'd be hung up upside down by your testicles if you committed adultery or something like that. All these sort of details sort of came out in some of these literatures across apocalyptic literature, but also in the medieval period, which is nothing like the New Testament at all. And so that's, but if I was to bring that up to the modern day, I would say, like the people like that preacher in the last clip, you know, the classic hellfire preachers, they're the ones that have this sort of, you know, they hone in, they go beyond Jesus' words, and they say the hell, and you're going to burn in hell, turn or burn. That's any group that does that is the group with the worst version, that goes way beyond the Bible, I would say, most of the Bible. So that would be what I'd say to that. I can't think of a particular group.
I hear that Buddhism has
a lot of Christians don't talk about it.
I think there's a delay.
Well, Buddhism, yeah. I mean, my expertise is more in the actual almost history of hell in terms of the Christian church, and particularly evangelical churches, but also maybe more broadly Christian as well. But in terms of other faiths, I mean, well, Islam definitely has a horrific version of eternal hell with an immortal soul going on. Sort of, I think they inherited that from the tradition of Christianity, got wedded in there as well. But in terms of Hinduism, I'm not sure if there's this sort of nirvana where you all become one substance, and it's a sort of a not non-individualistic afterlife, and it's I've never really been able to get my head around that. And so, yeah, I wouldn't really be competent enough to answer on that.
I did an interview recently with an Egyptologist, Colleen Darnell, and I asked her about hell in ancient Egypt. They had a lake of fire, but it was more purging rather than necessarily torturous. But they did have depictions of a torturous afterlife with like bubbling cauldrons and all sorts of stuff. I just don't know the exact depictions of what they describe in those hells. But yeah, when you describe, I mean, obviously Bart Ehrman did,
like these very vivid descriptions. Yeah.
Bart Ehrman in his book.
Your sound is now cut out. Your sound is now cutting out, and I'm fine.
Weird. I wonder. Let me ask the audience real quick. Hey,
it is
audience.
Weird. See,
do you think is my end coming through crystal clear every time, and his end, or is it his end and my end isn't? The viewers will be able to give us a better judgment of what's going on.
Yeah, because your picture's frozen and your audio's echoing.
Yeah.
Waiting
on the chat
completely.
That's weird. You're looking blurry now. He's choppy. Who's he? Both my coming internet. Through good on your end. You're good. Your picture's perfect. He is cutting out. Okay.
Oh yes. Are they saying I'm choppy or you're choppy?
That's. I'm needing more clarification.
I've got a very good connection here.
Okay. MindWise says that I'm good. He is blurry. I imagine they mean you. I'm not sure if they're talking to me. This is the thing. Andrew is him. So Derek, you are good. Derek, you are good is what they're saying. It's your end that's coming in and out, choppy in and out is what they're saying. Weird.
So now I'm coming in, choppy in and out.
My sound is going to be glitchy. That's just a defect of this computer. I have a new computer coming. Forgive my sound. But if I'm coming through,
your sound's come back.
Okay, that's weird.
Then.
Huh.
Yeah, it just briefly came back, then it went again.
So everybody's saying Andrew's choppy. Andrew needs to refresh. Andrew is blurry. Right. That's what they're saying. Weird.
Right. Gosh. Okay.
I don't know. Go steal your neighbor's internet. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I've got a good connection, and I do this every month, and it's like I've not had this before.
That is odd.
Okay, I'm going to have to just. It is extremely odd. Let me. Maybe I should just go out and come back in again.
If you think it'll help,
because I never did get a good sound when I came back in.
Most people say they can follow you.
How do I?
Most people are following what you're saying,
right.
Andrew.
Okay. Anyway, so if I leave studio and come back. Yeah, so you don't think it's going out and coming in is going to help? Although I did get your sound brilliantly from the beginning until I last went out. Then ever since then, it's been pinging and ponging and on your end.
Whatever you want to do.
And your picture's frozen. So it's been, yeah. So if I go out, if I leave and I come back in again, yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, everybody. We're trying to get it right here because Andrew's got a lot of insight. He's been digging into this for a long time. He also has a similar journey that I did. But I was just saying, I've heard Buddhism has hells. I don't know if that's a later edition or whatever. But I do think the nastiest idea that he described was those who are trying to force it upon people. They're pushing the doctrine down people's throats to make them fear, terrify them purposefully, and then what? Give them a message of love? I mean, it sounds honestly counterintuitive and insane, but you know, people have been doing this for centuries, and it works. It controls people. It makes them terrified, so they're forced to feel like they need to stay in. The other thing is the way that he described what sin you do, that kind of punishment happens to you forever and ever and ever. You commit adultery, we're going to hang you by your private parts or by your, your chest area and like do torturous things like that. Crazy stuff. All right.
Okay.
Andrew, am I back in? Smooth?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I can. Brilliantly.
We're
and now
good
you're
for now.
moving. Yes. Okay. So a reboot seems to have done it.
Let me
but
do
it might
something
not.
here.
Oh,
Let me
no,
see if
you're
I can
pinging. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Let
it
me
started
see if
off brilliant then.
Problem is we're already in the stream, so I can't lower the pixels. I'd lower it down to 720 to try and give Andrew a better go.
To a 720.
Yeah, it's a
Okay, so
1080p
you're doing
right
what,
now.
1060.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1080. Sorry. Yeah. 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 I didn't realize that's probably could be. I mean, I've got a 5G hub here, and it's like, wow.
Yeah.
Done my speed test, and it's looking good. But it could be that. It could be the 1080p. I mean, I've got a fairly old Mac, but it might be struggling with the 1080p. But you can't change it midstream.
No, I wish I could. I can't. Yeah, it is a shame.
Yeah.
If I could right now, I would, just to kind of give you a chance here.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah,
but
that would be nice if you could. Yeah, but I know what you mean. You've got to start afresh if you have the 1080p.
Yeah,
but yeah, I've got nothing else going on my computer. Nothing's using the bandwidth. I've just got simply Google Chrome up and logging into here.
You're coming through fine, though. You're coming through fine.
And you're frozen completely.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I can hear you now. You're frozen picture, but your voice is better than it was. So maybe I'll just try and soldier it on.
You know what I could do is if I could.
Yeah.
No, it would work good. I'd have to do it through like the WhatsApp. Let's just keep trucking. We'll get the next super chats and then we'll continue. If that's cool with you.
Yeah. Yeah. It would have been fine. Like the first time I heard you never had a single sound problem. But anyway, okay. So let me just try and carry on then. So that last particular question was, could you sum that up? From one of the,
I agreed with you.
Members there?
I just agreed with you on the nastiest version of hell. I'm 100% on the same page. I was just moving to the next super chat.
Right, I couldn't understand that. It's like speaking in tongues from your end.
Is it? Maybe it's the internet's too bad.
Yeah, it sounds like this. It sounds like going. I remember. I don't know. I'm with you, and then I like that. All right.
I'm calling him.
That's you phoning me, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi.
Listen.
Now you're clear. I'll bet that's your phone, isn't it? Yeah.
Let me put you on speaker. Try talking.
Hello. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Yeah, you're coming through. I want to vote. Everybody in the chat, can you hear me nice and fine here on Is it coming through weird sounding? Talk to me, Andrew.
Yeah. Now you've done that, I can hear you.
Right.
Even though there's a bit of an echo in the back, but like at least I can hear what you're saying. You can see my picture and hear me fine, can you?
I see you perfect, even though it's not the best, but it's fine, and I hear you fine.
Yeah. Okay, so in that case, with your phone, I'm
just going to hold the phone here. I'm just saying, let's get to the next super chats and then continue. Is the echo intolerable, everybody? Mute him on your phone and keep talking. So let me try this. Shoot. Okay,
I can mute.
Try that.
No, I
How's
can't mute
that?
me. But...
How's that? That's better, right?
Yeah.
You can hear me.
I can hear you very well, and with a slight echo, but that's fine. Your picture's frozen, but I can hear you. You must have done this before to know how to do that.
My goodness, I tell you, I have. Let's address this next super chat.
Eternal suffering right here.
Everybody, we're in hell right now.
We're in hell.
Oh, goodness.
Okay. Right. Good question that's right here. After preventing us from living forever in Eden, Jesus comes and dies so we can again live forever in suffering. Nice work, Jesus. That is a excellent point. Because the whole theme of immortality in the whole of the Bible, like I said, is actually applied to those of righteousness, of faith, of the good. And if you take just the Garden of Eden story as a young earth creationist would take it, for example, the only thing that's said to be living is the living soul, Adam, just like living animals, living creatures, same word. The participation of the tree of life would have enabled them to live forever. That they were removed from the tree of life and didn't die that day, but they certainly did die. It's so odd as this shout out that we got here is pointing out brilliantly the absolute opposite happens at the end of the age. So whereas we die now because of sin, if you've sinned, you're going to get an immortal body and live forever without a tree of life. It's a complete and utter contradiction of concepts. And so that's why conditional immortality people soldier on from Genesis onwards with this very theme.
Interesting. So they tried to solve this problem, you're saying, by using the conditional approach.
What do you mean? Who tries to solve it? You mean
the conditional?
Yeah.
It's
not only that. You'll know much more about this than Derek, but in other surrounding cultural stories pre-Genesis, with the Gilgamesh epic and others like it, there are stories of Gilgamesh, I think, is searching for immortality, and then a serpent or a snake comes along and takes away the plant. And he doesn't, you know what I mean? Steals it.
Yeah.
That's so similar to the loss of immortality in the Garden of Eden, also with the serpent and snake scenario. So it looks like there might have been common law derivative stories or tropes, as you might like to call them, that are drawing in. But the emphasis is this, that immortality isn't something that all humanity is. You're not made like the gods to live forever without some kind of attaining it. Human beings are not. And so the tree of life and a living soul together may be the way to live forever. As it says, don't let them eat from the tree of life because they'll live forever, and we don't want them to do that. And so whatever the roots of the story of Genesis are, and it's very interesting, that's another whole story, but the theme of immortality is conditional right off the bat on Genesis 2, you know, and whereas the traditional say, yes, but you see the spirit and the soul, God's made in God's image, so all humans are eternal in their inner being. We're just talking about the body, and that's kind of very Greek, by the way, and not Hebrew thought. But as we go through Proverbs and the other passages, it talks about life, it talks about coming to an end or perishing, and it talks about the path of immortality is the way of righteous, and that's in Proverbs. The theme goes right the way through the Bible and through the New Testament, and there's about 4 or 5 verses that would seem to point in the traditional direction, but everything else, few universalistic verses as well, there are those, but basically I'd say the whole theme is this conditionalist idea.
I will say, just to comment on DJ Wilkins' super chat, and thank you so much, DJ, for that. You're right. It is contradictory, but it's so crazy to think about. So our ancestor, according to the etiological myth, does something stupid and eats a fruit just for disobeying. All humankind take the anachronistic Christian theology and let's package it in here. All mankind, all humans are, first of all, punished for this, and we're all going to die in a mortal sense, just a regular death that we're all going to have to experience, suffering, death, all that. Combine that with the fact that we're not supposed to be blamed for our ancestors' sins, according to certain texts, but we're born, and if you ask, and you ask people, hey, are we, by any chance, is there anyone who doesn't have any sin? Now, they won't accept when you show Job is supposedly upright and never had any sin, but, they think no one but Jesus is the only one who ever didn't actually sin. So everyone's stuck and trapped in a thing our ancestor did, and then we're stuck with this eternal death. So he dies, and if you don't accept that death, atonement-wise, now you're going to die and last for all eternity, according to this model, which is why you're saying conditionality tries to make sense of it. But even with that, it still sounds ridiculous. All of it just sounds a bit ridiculous. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, and particularly if you try it back into this question that we just had, with all of the death that you were just talking about, and the regular death and everything else, and then that's all undone for judgment and for punishment. That seems crazy. And so, but like you say, the whole thing about original sin isn't in the Genesis text. It's not even the serpent isn't actually the Satan. That's just evangelical, retroactive. What do you call it? Anachronistic. Looking at the serpent is so basically, people have just done gymnastics with the whole of Genesis anyway. But one of the funny enough, you should mention that sort of thing, Derek. Funny enough, I'd really found an interesting thing. I thought procreation and immortality kind of don't go together, even in the Genesis story, because if you think about Genesis 1, where it says, be fruitful and multiply. But if everyone was participating in the tree of life somehow, whatever that meant, and you're all not dying, how long would we be on the world before it piles high? It's just it's an interesting. I thought this when I was a teenager. I just thought, hey, what if no one ever died? Matter of fact, what if the animals never died? Young Earth creationists believe that. Wouldn't the world just be piling up? Because and there's a great animation atheist video on YouTube, and he does this thing but just this point, and he shows in the animation the world piling up with human beings on top of each other and animals on top of each other, animals on top of each other. And in the end, I think God comes down to Adam and says, "Take the effing apple."
Oh my!
Yeah, it was like really mad. Take the effing apple. You've got to die because you can't populate the world and pile up with immortality. And so I thought it was brilliant because it doesn't kind of work. It works if you have just the two people in the garden, and maybe that's the original idea. Maybe not even the woman, just the man. But then God sees him alone, and goes, "Well, I'll make a helper." Looks through all the other animals, by the way, and goes, hippopotamus, I don't think that's going to work. It looks a bit like that. And then finds the, takes Eve out of the rib in that sort of pictorial way. But yes, but procreation and immortality, I thought they just don't go together. Notice in Christian theology, there isn't procreation in the new heavens and the new earth. It's all no marriage, no procreation. That's really interesting. How that came about, but that's slightly deviating off the topic. So, is there any more sort of questions that you've got? Because I got so much I could say about Bible texts and verses and passages.
Yeah. I want to get into that too. I just want to say this too. There's an older myth. A lot of people have heard of Atrahasis epic and all that, Gilgamesh and all that. And Irvin Finkel, who has translated a recent tablet that's in the tradition of Atrahasis, he found that at the end of the tablet, it describes the reason the gods sent the flood. And often we read, they were noisy, right? Too many humans, they're noisy.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, the real reason in one of the Into the Flood stories that he translated, he points out that the reason they were too noisy, we always think, they were just too noisy. They partied. It's because there were too many. So again, because death hadn't entered the world, because they had to create death. Death wasn't there yet. So the gods had to make death so that humans would die off because there were too many of them, and that's why they were too noisy. So now it makes sense why they judged to get rid of some of the humans, because there's too many humans. And of course, one family survives. So it's an interesting explanation.
Very interesting insight. Yeah. These other stories. I mean, there are these links, and you don't know whether the original Hebrew writers or scribes or whatever were writing by literally knowing these stories and then subverting them, or just like doing their version, you know. But the immortality thing within the Gilgamesh epic and that serpent it's almost like the flood story where you've got the birds taking the leaf and coming back to the boat, you know, with is it the name of the Noah figure? I've gone blank. You'll know it.
Utnapishtim.
Utnapishtim. And so the birds going back. When I was at Spurgeon's college, I nearly fell off my chair when I heard these stories. And so I thought, why hasn't anyone told me these? This is not good. You know, they just don't. There's stuff you learn in Bible college that you don't learn on the pew. And so I'm thinking, and then I had people tell me, yes, but you see, God gave us the accurate version. All of those were like the that game of word of mouth that all changes. And so they say the Atrahassic. So the later document is the accurate, which is not how any historian normally works, you know. So the one about 900 BC or 700, perhaps, when Genesis, some of Genesis was written, is like thousands of years after some of these stories that you might find on an ancient tablet somewhere, you know. And so I'm thinking, no, I can't see that. Now I'm starting to have to disengage my brain to say that the later one is the accurate one, you know, in these stories.
DJ, thank you for that super chat. Next one is MindWise. Thank you for that 616. Hell, Caesar, again, a great guest and interesting content. You're publishing faster than I can watch it, but I love my backlog, so all good. Rock hard for Doug. Thank you, MindWise. Appreciate the compliment. Andrew is a great guest. Thank you.
616. I like it.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Gaddis,
that's one version of Revelation, by the way, for Nero. Yeah.
Yes. Gaddis Abramovics, thank you so much. What WDYT about the Constantine film Hell version? What do you think about the Constantine film Hell version? Do you know about that?
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that.
Hang on. So Constantine, that's not the movie with Keanu Reeves and where he's dealing with Satan in the film. That can't be right. That's not no. I haven't seen this film. No,
I haven't either.
I'm gonna.
I
haven't really gleaned my understanding of hell from films. That's the last thing I want to do.
I'll have to check it out though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Want to hit these next couple, and then we'll get back into talking what you were going to do. Alexander Victor, thank you for the super chat. Although I had a quake theory, the Kabbalists considered the body the tree of life, which might make eating the fruit infant cannibalism. Thoughts?
That would be way above my pay grade. I don't really understand that.
That's wild. I've never heard of this.
Yes, I've never heard of this either. But you have a great audience. That's for sure. Intelligent, thinking through things.
I mean, obviously the Eucharist is cannibalistic. You know what I mean? That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, gosh, it certainly seems like that. You know, particularly the Catholic understanding of it. So yeah, absolutely. So okay, interesting.
Yeah,
I have not been on too many podcasts where I get questions like this, but here we go.
No, I know. And then Stefan, again, thank you for that, Stefan. Ever been kidnapped before you were married? I have. I've never.
Okay.
No, never. I haven't.
Or thank after.
Or after. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay. Sorry to derail, but I think, we got to take some questions. People are helping us keep the show going.
Yeah, absolutely. Very important.
Absolutely.
Very important. I'm surprised some people haven't emailed about questions like, what about this passage, or what about that? What about this language?
Right.
What I could probably talk about now was I felt, I mean, not the last podcast that I did, but 2 before that, I did it on my own because the other 2 hosts couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I did that thoroughly on what I was almost for a double podcast at an hour and a half each. It was quite comprehensive on the subject of conditionalism. So if there's anybody here that wants to really get down to the nitty gritty of Bible passage, themes, concepts, Greek philosophy, listen to those 2 episodes, because that's just me rattling off my study, basically, which was many years ago, but it's just in me, it's become me, you know. And so I had to spend those episodes stepping back into my evangelical mind and then stepping out into my critical mind, like you are, Derek, you know. But you could probably do that, couldn't you? You could go back into your evangelical mind and almost speak like that and then step back out again. And that's what I was doing, because I sounded like I was a Kirk Cameron, you know. So,
yeah. I would like for you to get into some of the passages and how how do we in your honest non-Christian interpretation of the text, where you're not saying I got to root for this team, I got to root for that team, I got to defend this doctrine, I got to defend that doctrine, but like just coming at the text raw, critically, and you're saying this really does seem to make sense of this passage with these factors involved. I'd like to hear your take on that.
Yeah, I haven't really changed much. There's some nuances that I've changed on, being critical and agnostic. Before, when I was not critical kind of thinking in scholarship and evangelical, I would say that there's been about 10% change in nuances that have really helped understand some of the problems, because I realized that when you're an evangelical, you want something to be systematic. And systematic theology is so difficult because you're trying to fit passages that may not fit very well. You're trying to shoehorn them in. And there was always a number of shoehorning issues around conditionalism, but not too many. I felt that the traditional had a lot more shoehorning to do than I did. But when you can step out of it and no axe to grind, you think, I'm not going to suddenly say, oh, no, the Bible really taught eternal torment all along. I was just trying to get out of it. No way. No, not at all. I would say that as Bart Ehrman, I think he researched it and came to the conditionalist view, because I don't think he really looked into it as much as he did until he did his book, Heaven and Hell, and then Revelation. I can tell that because when he spoke on it way back in debates, he seemed to be not speaking like a conditionalist would on certain passages. And I thought that was interesting. Now he does. And so my understanding is a lot of critical scholars do take the conditionalist view from these themes of immortality and the points that I will go on to make. So it's a view that's very well established in critical scholarship view on hell, but and then equally with some fundamentalists and conservatives also take the view. But where I would have changed is perhaps Matthew has a different idea of the soul and spirit than Luke, or the author of Luke and the author of Matthew are different. I think Luke might have had an understanding much more Greek of a soul survival and conscious intermediate state. Matthew didn't say anything about it at all. Or Matthew has Jesus not speaking. All judgment is at the end of the age. What happens when you die is not spoken about. There's nothing there. It's Luke 16 that is different, and the thief on the cross. That's where I changed. I thought, the author of Luke could be different than Matthew. If they talk, they disagree on what happens exactly when you die in that before judgment. So I did change on that, and then a few other things really. But in the main, I would still argue, which is why I did it in the podcast, as I would now. If someone said, what does the Bible teach mainly? I'd say it teaches that mainly. And the horrific view of endless suffering and eternal hell is really based on Greek philosophy and about 5 verses interpreted a certain way. Combine those together and then forget everything else about conditionalism, and then you've got your traditional view. But to me, that's the only way you can do it. And universal. And the other thing I changed is a real acknowledgement that there's a good basis for a chunk of passages for universalism, which when in my studies I was aware in the 19th century there was so much universalism being talked about, and in the primitive church as well. I acknowledged much more later on why people would have come to that and how they then reinterpreted all the other passages. And so I got a greater respect for universalism, and that's how I changed, becoming more critical.
Okay, I have some questions that I want to get into of those passages, and I want to go to them. But we have a few super chats. I have to acknowledge these. I really appreciate you. Stefan, again, continuing with the ever been kidnapped before you were married. I have. And then it says, if a woman grands, she loses a hand. If a man grabs, I think it means grabs, she loses a hand. If a man grabs, he loses a child if she is pregnant. So it's a very key issue. All divide comes from this. I'm not sure the exact. I imagine this is the passage where if a woman steps in to help her husband during a fight or something, that's what I'm thinking is going on here. And if she grabs the guy's junk or something, it can get her arm cut off, or I don't remember exactly, but I think that's the passage.
Yeah. And if she's pregnant and she loses the baby, it's one thing, and that's debated about whether it's pregnant. It's quite a debated passage even in scholarship, I believe.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure quite why this person is asking that in this context, but
yeah. But
it's just throwing out a question, I suppose.
Yeah, they're just asking probably just to get it off their chest. Thank you so much, Stefan.
If a woman grabs, interesting.
Another one asked about Gaddis is back again. Thanks, Gaddis. It's a good film. What do you think about Hades and River of Styx? It is like I wonder the underworld as me versus snip the tie with my experience and reincarnate. Well, they obviously had this. There was some concepts of the underworld where reincarnation takes place in the Greek concept. Some of the Greek concepts have a reincarnation for sure. Your memory is wiped, all of that, and you go and enter into new life in a different form.
Yeah, so Hades in the Roman world and culture was a very different thing than, say, the ancient view of Sheol in the Old Testament, but that was translated as Hades in the Septuagint, and then you had a Hades idea in the New Testament, and there's an evolution there. That was one of the things, again, that I probably changed more on over the years was a greater acceptance, because it's very difficult to try and accept diversity in the Bible as an evangelical. You don't want one person having one opinion and another person, because it's meant to be all God. And so I would find myself trying to fit that into that. Sheol in the Old Testament, which became Hades in the Septuagint, is a very, very, very interesting subject, and it's actually debated within. Like Dan McLennan would probably disagree with Bart Ehrman on Sheol, because some scholars, and you may have come across this, Derek, some scholars will think of Sheol as an underworld of departed souls or spirits or something. And some people would say you're half asleep. Some people would say you're conscious. Some people would say it's a metaphor for the grave, which is what Bart Ehrman does. And I think that there's ideas for both of that. I think Sheol is probably originally a term that was just like, if you died, you went into the ground, you go down and you go down into the earth, and that's Sheol. And everyone collectively gets buried, and therefore you can have this collective idea of down into Sheol. But then there are passages that sort of mean a little bit deeper, and you can almost be stirred and brought up and awoken. And then
right.
as Samuel goes, why did you disturb me? Now, it's like he could have been like nicely asleep, and then, I've been woken up. But it's whatever it is, Sheol is not like the lake of fire. It's where you go to. It's where David goes to. It's where all humans go to.
Righteous and unrighteous together.
And righteous and unrighteous together. And you go to Sheol. Sheol is like the great leveler. You could be a great king, or you could be a pauper, and you just go to Sheol. It just levels you. A bit like the concept of death. We all die, whether you're the richest billionaire or the poorest person on the street. Death, as we talk about it, just dying physically and going to the grave, it levels everybody. You can't take your wealth with you in that sense. And so Sheol was seen a bit like that. And so death and hell, or death and Sheol, because it was translated hell, which caused no end of trouble to have many of Sheol verses in the Old Testament translated hell, and then half of them translated grave. It confuses everybody. So that's why it's just left now as Sheol, and then we can leave the scholars to say what it is.
Yeah. Good point. Thank you, Gaddis.
Yeah.
I wanted to get into so someone might approach you and go, okay, Andrew, we get it. We get it. You're saying that the Bible's not univocal. Okay. It has different ideas. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's three major ideas you say you can find passages to back up. You have the conditional one. You have the universalist one, and then you have this one that seems to be eternal conscious torment, which you're saying seems to be the least probable as far as the overall doctrine that is taught. I want to guess on which one that is, and then you take me into some passages for the others and how they've been misunderstood. I want to guess that you're in the Apocalypse of John, okay? And when it literally vividly describes day and night forever and ever, that would probably be the number one go-to eternal conscious torment passage. Am I wrong?
It's the only passage in the entire Bible that in a form of words says what you want it to say on the tin. And the interesting thing about that is that nowhere else, even the other strong eternal torment passages, don't say it like that. There's ambiguity in what it could mean, what it could possibly mean, in the actual phrases. Like there is no. Let me start by saying before we do that. Let me start by, when I did my study. I had my NIV Bible at the time, and I went through and I underlined everything to do with hell. And what was surprising was I never found anything about an immortal soul, an eternal soul. I never found anything about a phrase endless torment in terms of the phrase endless suffering, never dying. Unbelievers granted immortality. Unbelievers will last for as long as God. Unbelievers will be preserved. Unbelievers won't be destroyed. You just don't find any of that in the Bible at all, anywhere. But this verse in 2020 in Revelation is picked out and taken as a concept, and then it completely wipes out all that comes before it without actually looking at the context of the book of Revelation. And some evangelicals are very, very wise, and they would say, I wouldn't start from the most highly symbolic and perhaps controversial book of interpretation in the history of the church. You know what I mean? You don't build your kingdom on, otherwise you're going to have the beast comes up out of the sea with 7 heads, and the dragon comes across, and the woman sits on this, and there's a Babylonish whore woman that's doing this, and there's death riding on a pale horse. If you start to build a doctrine on a statement in the book of Revelation, you're going to have problems because, as you know, Derek, there's preterist views of Revelation, there's futurists, there's idealists throughout all history applying these very same verses. And so I think intelligent internal torment people don't do that, but they do go to them because they're like grid verses. But I would say, for example, and I do this in my podcast, I would say if you're going to take a verse like that and you're going to say case closed, then you could equally do it, say, for example, find out what their position is on women in ministry. And they say, oh, no, well, you can be a woman pastor. Oh, right. Okay, let's just go to 1 Timothy. I permit not a woman to teach, have authority. Case closed, as John MacArthur said. And they go, oh, well, no. We need to look at the context and the background. And was it Paul anyway? Well, they wouldn't say that. I would say it wasn't Paul.
We would talk.
Yeah, I would say it's not Paul. But they were, we can't go there, so it has to be Paul. So we have to make Paul fit. Or you could make a good case, maybe, that it doesn't, in context, mean what we think it means as a face value text. That would be my point. So if we were going to start perhaps there, first of all, Revelation 20:10 isn't referring to all humanity. That's for starters. Even the strongest verses are a limited form of humanity or systems. Most biblical commentaries that I read, even back then, people like John Stott or people that were more scholarly in writing books and stuff, they all said that the beast and the false prophet were systems and institutions that were imaged as a beast with 7 heads. And they both come up out of the sea. They come up out of the sea and they go into the lake of fire. So was John seeing in his vision tormented beasts frothing around in this fire, but the reality was a second death and a finality of destruction? Because if you think, well, what was the beast? What does the 7 heads represent? Is it really 7 heads of a monster? No. What is the sea that it came out of? Well, it's probably not the actual sea, but we're just picturing a vision here. So is the lake a real fire? So you have to sort of think, to me, what could be behind the image? If you're a preterist, some people might even fit that back into the AD 70, so they certainly might do with Revelation 14. You might have done that back in your day, seen Revelation 14.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So when the smoke goes up for their torment day and night forever, not day and night, but smoke goes up forever, and they're tormented in the presence of the Lamb, we say, well, I think that happened in Rome, and you could say, well, it's symbolic. It's so symbolic, it could have, and then it's not even talking about the lake of fire anyway in Revelation 14. So I can go into incredible detail there, but
you know what the other problem I have with it is that it says day and night, and then when you get later in Revelation, it talks about there is no more night, and it's like, so hell stops existing. I thought it was forever and ever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, when you critically. You're absolutely right. And also, by the way, Babylonian whore or the mystery Babylon, or some people symbolize it. Back in my day, I was moving to the idea that it was Jerusalem and not Rome. You've probably been there.
Yep, I have been there, but I definitely left it for the Rome interpretation now. But
I went back to Rome as well. Yeah, going back to Rome. But the fact is, it talks about. This is one of the interesting things that Revelation itself. The author of Revelation itself, not just the Old Testament background illustrations, but talks about Babylon as a woman. So you're picturing a woman in torment. There is no woman in torment. It's a symbol of the city of Rome, which is going to come to its end. It talks about saying, in one day your plagues have come, death, mourning, famine. You will be thrown into the sea and found no more at all. But then do you know what it says? And it talks about the smoke of her torment, by the way, the smoke of her burning and her torment. It then says, hallelujah, once it's destroyed, the smoke of her goes up forever, which is exactly what it says in Revelation 14. And you've got a destructive image. And not only that, it goes more. It talks about being repaid. It says, give her as much torment as she has lived, like a measure, in being repaid according to your deeds. And then it says you'll be found no more at all. And then it says the smoke goes up forever. This is such strong language that Rome isn't going to have smoke going up absolutely forever in an infinite sense throughout the new heavens and the new earth. And so if that can be said of the city of Babylon through the torment of the destruction of the woman, why would you possibly think that Revelation 14, when it says the smoke of their torment goes up forever, there's no rest day and night, that's the same language. And by the way, in Revelation 14, it says it's in the presence of the Lamb. Have you ever heard anyone say that hell is where God is not, separating from God?
Yeah,
You're
I've
out
heard
of the
that.
presence. Yeah, that's the modern view of the tradition, where it's called separationist view, where hell is basically where God is not. You're separated so far from him that he's not there, and that's why it's terrible. Well, their strongest verse has it in front of the throne of the Lamb, being tormented in his presence. Yeah.
It also is a problem for the one passage that says, I can go to Sheol. Where can I go that you aren't? Which they would just interpret Sheol as, hell. It's like God is everywhere, including in Sheol, which they would interpret as hell. So it makes no sense.
Well,
but yeah,
it does make sense. I mean, it doesn't. He really, like in these Revelation verses, it's in front of the throne. I mean, God is conceived in other parts of the Bible as a consuming fire, himself as a fire. He is like an eternal consuming fire, which is ties in, by the way, possibly to the eternal fire that's used in the Bible. And so this presence of the burning would seem to be an event. And again, it's not even talking about the lake of fire and judgment in Revelation 14. You've got 6 chapters before we even get there. But whether it's sort of alluding to that future and then coming back. But it does have an interesting phrase after it. It says, this calls for patience of the saints. Now, how long are you wanting to be patient for? Because straight away it says this calls for patience. So does it mean that you're sort of righteous are waiting for the end of this judgment in one sense, even though it's spoken that way? Or is it just like, well, what would it mean to be called for patience? So when you look at each passage, like really critically, and then you've got the background illustration, you probably know about the passage in Isaiah 34, which talks about Edom. I mean, you may have done this with preterist stuff on Revelation 14. In Isaiah 34, it talks about Edom. God came in judgment and slaughtered them all, because that's what God does with fire, it seems. All the corpses are left out unburied. And then it says the smoke goes up forever of Edom, and night and day the fire will not be quenched. But if that was a historical judgment, no one is seeing that today. And even if it's a future judgment, when you get the new heavens and the new earth, are you really imagining Edom to be on fire and the smoke going up forever? So really, you're kind of forced into a trope of finality. It's like it says that the smoke goes up forever, the fire is not quenched, but then it says jackals and other animals will live there, and none shall pass through it forever and ever. So when you throw forever and ever language around in the Old Testament, it often means a very long but limited kind of idea, or final idea as well. And so,
or
everlasting.
I'm sure a lot of annihilationists will point out that the language for God's quenching eternal fire is it's eternal. So it's God's everlasting fire, but it's not that the fire itself is going to everlastingly be burning in a geographic location, but that he himself and I'm sure you've heard this argument where when God brings his everlasting fire against Sodom and Gomorrah, for example,
exactly,
it's not burning today, but it is eternally destroyed in the sense that he judged that city and that's it. And there's no ongoing.
And it means it's not going to be rebuilt. You're not coming back. It's not going to have people back in it, a bit like Edom. So when you say destroyed forever, I mean, it could be, if it's earthly in this period, it means forever would be till the end of the age, presumably. I mean, it says the law will be forever, or it says the leprosy of Gehenna or wherever passage will be forever on you. I mean, this is just use of language that we even use today, isn't it? I'll never come, and so, and you're there 5 years later or something, and so this language is very fluid. It can mean almost what you want it to mean in terms of eternal, but it can also mean long lasting ideas. And so you get that all over the Old Testament and even in the New. I mean, the angels are bound in eternal chains in order until the judgment. And you think, well, okay.
Well, you bring up the angels, if I may, just to get us deeper into some hell passages. The one where it says in Matthew, don't fear the one who could destroy the body. We know this one, but the one who could destroy the soul, the body and the soul. But then in Matthew, I think it talks about hell, where God is going to throw the devil and his angels. And what's interesting about this is a lot of people read that and have no freaking clue what they just read. They don't pause to think about hell was prepared for the devil and his angels. And a lot of universalists have read this passage and thought, not for humans. It was prepared for the devil and his angels, but not for humanity. And so they've read this through that kind of lens, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, there are some conditionalists. I never found any in my writings and readings, and I read tons and tons and tons and tons of literature. But I know that people have spoken of conditionalists that say that angels and the devil and all of that will be tormented forever, and they'll probably use that Revelation 20 and maybe that passage, because again, they're assuming that angels cannot be destroyed or die. However, I never took that view, and it was quite easy not to, because when you see that the later view of Psalm 82, which I know back in the context, it's probably other gods, no question in my view, but part of the council, other deities. Yahweh was the lower one amongst them, who then rose up and ended up being blended with the Most High. All this. However, later interpretations made them angels. And so then you still can't get out of the fact that you shall die like men, which means there you've got a concept of angels dying. In the Gospel of Mark, it says, Matthew changes it, but Mark says they were really fearful. You've come to destroy us before our time, using the word destroy. And so it looks like, in contrast to Luke, which talks about those who are worthy to attain the resurrection of life, that's the saved, sons of the kingdom, will be like the angels in heaven be like the angels who cannot die. But in the parallel passage, it talks about the angels of heaven. So it looks like it's possible that angels do live forever, but naturally, but that God can destroy them because he alone is immortal. So that's how I rationalized it and looked at it, by combining everything together. So I think there's a case for angelic death in the Bible, but others say no. But human can be destroyed, there's no question. Matthew 10:28 is your equivalent to Revelation 20. Fear him who can, those who can't kill the soul but can kill the body. Fear him who can kill or destroy the body and soul in Gehenna. Wow, I thought you couldn't be destroyed. I thought you were indestructible and immortal, as Plato said, but it's not. It's the opposite language to Plato, and I've got a lot to say about that, by the way, if you wanted me to say more.
Please.
Well, I've got a document here, just to sort of refresh my mind when I was redoing this, but I felt I came across a smoking gun for conditionalism, and it was the relationship between Plato's Greek language and the New Testament Greek language, which was, even though it came from classical into Koine Greek, the words are the same in even when Josephus was using these writings. And so when I read this back in some of these 19th century books, I went and searched out Phaedo with Plato, and I went and looked at the New Testament, and then Phaedo again, and then the New Testament, and I couldn't believe what I was reading. I couldn't believe it, because just take that verse, Matthew 10:28. Jesus said, "Fear him who can destroy body and soul." Now that word destroy, not that I'm saying it right, is apolumi. That's the way I would always say it. I don't know if you know that word and say it better than me. That word, that Greek word destroy, when it applies to life in the New Testament, means kill. As in when they went to seek to kill Jesus, they used the word destroy. It's used in other senses, which is where traditionalism and universalists come in, and they don't try to use the other senses. But when you go back to Plato's words, Plato said, this astounded me. I was so astounded. I was in the library and I just went, oh my gosh, what an argument. And so the argument is this, that Plato thought that the soul, that the inner being of human beings lasted eternally, because using the same Greek words as the New Testament, but it lasted eternally because it could not be destroyed. It could not perish. It could not die. It could not enter into destruction. Apolumi or olethros, I'm not sure how to say these words. It used 5 Greek words. And the reason that Plato said the souls last forever, for eternity, is because these things cannot happen to the soul. That's why it's immortal. It's deathless, thanatos. It cannot die. It lasts forever. What's astounding is that all 5 words that Plato uses to say what can't happen to the soul, that's why it's eternal, is the destiny of the unsaved. They will die. They will perish. They will be destroyed. They will enter into destruction. Same Greek words. So if Jesus or the New Testament writers had a conversation with Plato, they would say, well, our guys say that the unsaved will be destroyed in Gehenna. Well, we don't believe that, because we believe they can't be destroyed. That's why they last forever. So if the eternal conscious torment was true, so I hope you're trying to follow me here, because it's an amazing argument. If the eternal conscious torment was true, it would be precisely for the opposite reason of Plato. It means that you last forever in Gehenna and the lake of fire because you are destroyed, because you do perish. And people say it, don't you? You're going to perish in hell forever, these hellfire people, because they're so used to using the word perish and destroy and destruction in this alternate sense that they don't see the contradiction here. So if I said to Plato, you're going to live forever, because you're destroyed in Gehenna, you will last forever in torment. And he said, you can't, you need to be indestructible to last forever. What are you talking about? It's the opposite. So what happened in the tradition was that the immortality and the indestructibility of the soul became theology, but they were happy to use Bible language. So what happened was that you will perish forever meant you will live forever in pain, and it became an absolute bastard contradiction to Greek philosophy. And so yes, you could agree with Plato. Oh, we believe the soul is immortal, and Jesus said it will be destroyed in Gehenna. You're saying, well, you're using the words of extinction in Greek philosophy for the end of the wicked in the Bible. Why are you doing that? You're going to confuse people. And so that's why they say it was the immortality of the soul that they borrowed from Plato, forced people to change perish, destroy, and destruction in the Bible, so that you've got. So I bet you've, way back when you were preaching, and if you did a few sermons, if you ever talked about hell, I bet you used the word perish in the sense that you thought that they would be ongoing in pain.
Yeah, of course.
Forever.
We never took it the way you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And but then did you think the soul was imperishable in theology?
I didn't necessarily. I mean, look, I didn't even have like a core foundation about what my theology of the soul must be prior to thinking it. I just took at face value that God was going to destroy you forever, which meant you were going to you were going to have ongoing torment. That was it. I didn't have this like theology that you could see Plato has, that the soul is immortal, and that's why when the punishment happens, it has to last forever.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Like, I didn't have that background prior to believing the doctrine of hell. But it is funny, the language you talk about. It's like, if you were at my house and we noticed I just burnt my couch in the backyard, and I said, yes, man, that thing perished. You wouldn't be like, oh yeah, it's ongoing forever and ever perishing, you would say it's been destroyed. I have completely ended it. And I think that like you're saying, the way the terms are being used, same Greek terms are being used to say the opposite of what Plato's suggesting is your point. It reminds me, one quick little comment is in the book of Acts, there's a scholar I read who argues that this passage in Acts is borrowing from a Greek story. In that Greek story, you have this guy named Orestes and Iphigenia in Athens at the Areopagus, the very place that Paul's preaching to the Stoics and Epicureans. Guess what? 500 years before Acts was even written, the conversation the gods have with these people, they say in Greek that when the person dies and their body goes to become ashes in the dirt, there is no anastasis. There is no resurrection. There is no raising from the dead. Paul, in the same place, is having a discussion with the philosophers, and he literally says the opposite, that there is going to be an anastasis. So just to use an analogy, you could use the same Greek words and still be talking in like saying, no, there's an eternal, you're destroyed here. In this case, it's ongoing. Two different theologies.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I can see this. I mean, it's a good point. I mean, you could, if the Bible established that the soul was literally immortal and it couldn't die and it couldn't be destroyed, you could then argue that, as the traditionalists do, if you can establish that, you could then say, well, they're destroyed in this sort of, like a football team is destroyed. You know what I mean?
Right.
And perishes this way and that. And so, but that's taking, you got to be eternal before you can start doing that, because if Jesus says, fear him who can destroy the soul, and yet your theology is saying it's indestructible, as Tertullian first said. He said the soul is safe from destruction. He knows what destruction means. It's safe from it because it's immortal. However, destruction means an ongoing. Well, traditionalists are split. Some people think that you're destroyed in a metaphorical sense, like in an event, and then you stay destroyed in that spiritual sense. And other people think it's like Tertullian, it's a continuously continuing to destroy, which is almost an oxymoron. There comes a point where you think, hang on, if destroy has a concept of any kind of breaking down and getting down to the nitty gritty of breaking something apart, how long can this soul last? If surely, and this is the thing, I one of the great books that I read in the 19th century laid out the terms that Christians use for hell and then laid out the Bible language. And how many times people said you weren't consumed in the fire in church history, you weren't destroyed. You were like the burning bush, which wasn't consumed, and yet everywhere else it says you are consumed. And they would use that man is eternal, man is immortal, you can't die, you can't be destroyed. And then he put all these words in the Bible that said the opposite language. And you come to a point where you think, why are we using the opposite language to convey a point? And the reason is because the Bible language, unfortunately, doesn't convey it strong enough. So to be preserved forever is a different concept than being destroyed forever, because if you're preserved forever, it means you're sort of like, we're being maintained, you're being kept, you're being held. And so traditionalists would say that you're preserved forever in hell in theology, and then they go to the Bible language and say that means you're destroyed. Do you see what I mean? So
yes.
It's
I wouldn't use those terms in any ordinary sense to describe. That's what I was saying. If I destroyed my couch in the backyard, I wouldn't preserve it in fire forever. I would use that language if I meant to preserve it in fire. I wouldn't say we just destroyed the couch. And if I said I destroyed it forever and ever, then you and I would both know that meant it's done. You know what I mean? Like
it's an event that can't be brought back, as opposed to that comes to the phrase. So we talked about the idea of Matthew 10:28 being quite a strong conditionalist verse, because it really is. The idea of that dying brings an end to our physical life. The traditionalists try to change it on. They say that's just separation of the soul and body, without really paying into the idea that the body is a corpse and then it corrupts and disappears into the ground. I mean, that's kind of significantly different than a living body. You know what I mean? So it's like, but they don't like to do that. They just say death is separation, and they bring separation into it as the concept. And they have to do that, because otherwise, if you start talking about the end of a human, then you're coming the conditionalist way. what was that? What did I have here? I've got my Bible Gateway thing up here just to show, because when this subject is often talked about, the conditionalist is often forced into the position of trying to defend classic traditional verses. Whereas I like to start with you trying to defend, as in the traditionalist, you defend your immortality of the soul, please, before you start poking around with what I might say about some of your verses. Do you see what I mean? So if I just read out some of the classic verses here, look, and the reason that this is quite powerful is because in theology, it said that the human being is immortal. It said that the resurrection body, this is key. Lots of Christians don't think about the body when you're raised for judgment. They think about the soul, and that you go to heaven when you die and hell when you die, and they even forget about the end of the age and the day of judgment. That's traditional Christianity in many ways, that when you talk to the average person, more nuanced Christians would go, oh yeah, I know the judgment at the end of the age and you're raised up. Well, here's some passages about immortality just off the bat. Romans, to those who patiently seek doing good for glory and honor and immortality, he will give eternal life. Seeking glory, honor, and immortality. I thought I was immortal. This is how I would put it. For this perishable body must put on imperishable imperishability. This mortal body must put on immortality. That whole context of 1 Corinthians is a glory body resurrection like Jesus of Christians. It's got nothing to do with the unsaved in the context. 1 Timothy, whoever wrote it, he alone who has immortality dwells in unapproachable light. He alone, but I thought we all had it. You know, this is the way I'd argue. It's now been revealed through our appearing of our Savior Jesus Christ, in Timothy again, by the way, who abolished death and brought life and immortality to light through the gospel. Oh, I thought it was from creation at the Garden of Eden. Do you see what I mean? I'm being sort of facetious here.
Yeah.
And because it's in theology, and when it's in theology and not in the Bible, I, as a Christian, I had problems, you know, because you're meant to be Bible believers, not just theology believers.
Exactly.
And that's right. And then I've got wisdom here, by the way, because I'm using a Catholic Bible. So that's got some in it as well. The hope is full of immortality for righteous, things like that. But and then into Ezra's, to receive and enjoy immortality. It's always being used towards righteous people here. And right into Maccabees, by the way. But then, like you said, in Genesis, you've got living forever would have been with the tree of life. So the theme goes all the way through the New Testament as well as the Old in terms of immortality. So where is this immortality of the soul? It's in Greek philosophy, but not in the Bible. That's where I start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I start there, and then people go, and then I say, right now with that assumption out the way, which you can't demonstrate is in the Bible, I'd say, let's look at some of these verses, because if that background idea is in your mind, if you're thrown into a fire, then of course you're going to be eternally tormented because you're eternal. And I say, if you're destructible and you're thrown in a fire, then of course you're not going to suffer forever. So there's different assumptions in the backdrop of your mind as you inherit Christendom around you. So that's where I would start. So So now I've talked about that. I can then go on to other passages.
We have a few super chats real quick, if you don't mind, just to hit those.
Certainly. Absolutely.
Gaddis, thank you so much. Yeah, you're fine. Would hell be identification with the material, not eternal? Disturbance of eternal state is a material temporal state. Death is the only transcendence. Failure is like not having a true death.
I tell you, your audience is so intelligent. I don't understand the question. I really don't.
I guess it's I don't know if we call it a material state, but I guess you could say if someone believed, you know, you hear this idea, we heard it for like some of the preachers you played in your video from 10 years ago, that you'll be resurrected. John MacArthur said this, and then for all eternity, you're going to have to, you know, this material body.
Yes.
That's
Notice
resurrected.
you say a body suited.
Yes.
I mean, what horrific concept when Paul talks in immortality as imperishable for the glorious honor, and it's all to do with salvation in Christ and what he's done in 1 Corinthians. You can't fit, unless unbelievers get a glorious resurrection body like Christ because of his atonement, it doesn't work. And so particularly when Jesus then said, if you're going to try and harmonize things, Jesus said, fear him who can destroy the body. And I thought we're going to get an imperishable one. John MacArthur comes in with a load of nonsense and says you're getting a body suited for endless pain.
Yeah.
When you lost it, by the way, in the garden because of sin, and now you get a suited body because of sin, what kind of contradiction and monstrous idea is this? And so but that's, if this question is tying into that, then maybe material. But two of the very strong eternal torment passages are related to Old Testament passages which are in this world. They're physical, on earth, outside Jerusalem kind of passages, which is the worm that dies not and the fire is not quenched, and eternal contempt in Daniel. So there's two passages in the Old Testament that are very earthly, but they're picked up and understood by traditionalists to mean eternal torment. And I feel I can demonstrate they both aren't. And so, but that would be, that it means that God's judgments is always on earth, because the passages are talking about ancient Jerusalem and judgments on earth of physical people. So even there, we're not talking about an invisible beyond of just a spirit sense. It's literally the earth. Sodom and Gomorrah is an example. It says it. Eternal fire came out of heaven, destroyed the people of Sodom and Gomorrah. In one version, it says condemn them to extinction, as an example of what's going to happen to the ungodly. And you think, oh my gosh, this isn't what eternal torment people like to use. They don't go to these passages. They don't like them because they convey the wrong idea. And or they say, oh, well, it's just talking about earthly judgment. But it says about it's trying to use the same language as what God's judgment is on earth, which is nearly always to destroy people and end their lives by fire in many passages of the Old Testament, lifts that up and applies it to the end of the age like Jude does. And then people say, well, in this case, it means the opposite to what it meant in our earth. Where you were destroyed, then here you're preserved, basically, So yeah, does that lead you on to any other questions? Or should I go into those verses? No,
I have one more super chat.
Another question.
Gaddis, thank you so much for that. I hope we're touching what you're getting at here. I hope we made sense of that.
Yeah, I found it difficult to understand.
Yeah, and then William Arn says, and thank you, William, for that super chat. There seems to be contradictory passages in the Psalms about Sheol and eternity. In Psalm 115, verse 17, the dead do not praise the Lord. Psalm 139, verse 8, if I ascend to heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in Sheol, you are there.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. This is that ambiguity on Sheol, sorry, that I talked about, that Sheol seems to be the grave in many passages, and it's just a collective term for the fact that we all die. It's like death and Sheol go together. You can't have one without the other. And but then there is these nuances like this, like when I can't get away from God. He's everywhere. And so if I make my bed in Sheol, by the way, which is the grave, possibly in this one, you're there. And if I make it doesn't necessarily have to mean that you are bouncing around in some conscious spirit state and you recognize God is there. Maybe there's one way that you could look at that. It doesn't have to at all. If I ascend to heaven, I mean, can you ascend to heaven in the first place? So this is probably pushing it too far. But then many passages like in Ecclesiastes and others say that the dead, it's better to be one kind of animal who's alive than a dead lion who knows nothing in Sheol, not in Sheol, but you would know nothing. It's like making a parallel that in life we know our plans and we know our things that we're going to do. In Sheol, they're all gone. So it's almost like it's a collective way of speaking that you can't live your life anymore. And it's so difficult to say, are you conscious? Are you asleep? Is it a metaphor for extinction? It's so difficult to nail down that I never came to a definitive conclusion on it.
Yeah, it kind of makes me think of there's a passage in the Odyssey, I believe, where Odysseus goes into the underworld, if I'm not mistaken, and he bumps into Achilles. And Achilles says something like, I would much rather be a slave in life, a slave of another human being in life, than to live here, to be, this in this state of, it's not torture. It's not
it's not torture.
Yeah, but it is a place that is not. Yeah, it's a gray, shadowy.
Yeah, it's shadowy.
And you sleepy. Get kind of this in the ancient Mesopotamian land of Ker and stuff. So there's something going on where they share some kind of maybe it is in existence, but it's kind of like, I don't know. Some
I think
interpret
it
as a metaphor.
evolved. I think it
Yeah.
evolved. I think it started off as the earth and the grave and buried and the communal idea. Because remember, there's passages in the Bible that talk about, when you go down to Sheol, you take your swords with you from this earth and your shields, and you rest them down. It's like all the kings in battle are suddenly resting with their own swords. And you could say, well, they probably buried all their tools with them anyway, all their swords, in their ancient history. But then it came to this sort of view that was possibly infected by the surrounding nations. And, you just like the gods, you had the council of the gods, you had sort of this funny afterlife. And I think it probably started to creep in. And I think some scholars argue that you can't just say, Bartholin intends to go that it's all the grave, and the others are just sort of like poetic metaphors. And I think Dan McLennan goes for more some kind of what you were talking about, this sort of sleepy thing. There are some passages. One scholar who wrote a great book I'm in the middle of listening to, which is called Gods and Monsters. Don't you ever heard of that one? That was recommended by Dan McLennan. She argues that in fact Sheol does
God's monsters.
God's monsters. Yes, you've heard of it.
Yeah.
He argues quite well that, and it really gave me an insight actually. She argues quite well that Sheol might be this sort of survival in a sleepy sense, and that you could actually be asleep, because she said that in the Hebrew, when Samuel was brought up, it was like he was shaken to awake. He was like, why have you disquieted me? It's not like he was like having a raving time. Even Bartholin says that it's not like he's like having a great time with a load of other people like the saints or the other patriarchs. I was just having a great chat and now you've taken me out of the party. It's like, why have you disturbed me, disquieted me? Then she goes to another passage and says that the emphasis is almost like you've been shaken to awake. And I think possibly, I don't know if she does it, but others would tie that into you're asleep in the dust of the earth in Daniel. So that somehow under the earth, there's this kind of sleepy, this is where soul sleep comes in. I tend to think basically in the Old Testament, I tend to think that there's something that survives, but is kind of drowsy, sleepy. And if you knocked it, it could stir and then it just goes back again. That's my kind of view. And so there's something there, but it's certainly not punishment. And certainly everyone is involved. And I don't think that you would say, oh, hi, John, how you doing? What was it like? I don't think it's like that. It's just not pictured like that. But it is undone in resurrection. And so when death and Sheol go together, or death and Hades, that's why death and Hades in Revelation are so tied. Even they're riding metaphorically on horseback together, pale white horse, and the other riding behind. It's because death and Hades go together as death and Sheol. If you're resurrected from the dead, you simply come out from that. So whatever happens is undone in resurrection. Judgment only happens, except in Luke 16, only happens in the entire Bible when you come back out of the death and Sheol state. Then you're in a position to be judged at the day of judgment. That's, I would say, the consistent picture, even if you're a universalist. It happens to living people, not people in the grave or whatever Sheol is. So it's undone. And that's why it says death, the sting of death, the victory is in the resurrection, which means that death will be no more when the final enemy, by the way, which is thrown in the lake of fire, is in fact death. It says it will be no more. What does that mean? Well, it means the symbol of Revelation there. The lake of fire is a symbol of the ending of death forever. So what does that mean? Well, it means that anyone that's gone into it will be destroyed, and anyone that's resurrected to life will never die. That's the way I take it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. And then Gaddis followed up and says, I was just pointing that the end of material life, having a body, is the only way to go beyond into an eternal. Hell is to not fulfill this. You could argue that some people were taken. Elijah's taken, Enoch. You could find little loopholes, but I think the typical standard route is this: to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. You get this idea. So I think typically, Gaddis, that would be what we would look at. Thank you so much for that super chat.
That's an interesting question.
Yeah. So, okay, we got like 10, 15 minutes. I want to let you cook on us here. If I get any super chats, we'll get them after, but I want to let you undisturbed here for a minute, and then we'll wrap things up for this episode.
Okay, I'll try and do what they call a Gish Gallop. You've heard of that, have you?
Yes.
It comes from Dwayne Gish, the young Earth creationist, who would literally bullet point But there's a famous conditionalist called Edward Fudge who probably wrote the best book on conditionalism in the 20th century. And there's others before that, but it was brilliant. And he was known to sort of gish gallop. He could just rattle off all this stuff about conditionalism so fast, like a fire hose. And it would sort of cover all bases, and you have to go back and pause it and listen to every point you made, because it's just like too much, you know. Because it's in me, I kind of know this. So I just wanted to cover in bullet points then. Now I've taken the idea to have already established that the concept of immortality as a phrase and the idea of living forever. I mean, eternal life is all over the New Testament. Everybody knows John 3:16. Whosoever should believe in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. Now, right there, conditionalists say,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that's the point. Now, of course, we've made eternal life something else other than immortality, and maybe the Gospel of John does a little bit of that. And we've made perish a situation in which you are imperishable in body and soul. I can understand that, but conditionalists stand up and say, you're using conditionalist language. Thank you very much. Eternal life for the saved, perishing for the unsaved. That's all we want to. That's all we want to argue for. And I love that because it's so true in its basic concepts. With eternal life comes immortality, and so that's one way of starting. So the themes of immortality, eternal life, are always for the saved, whether it's the Gospel of John or anywhere else. You won't find anywhere in the Bible living forever of unbelievers. At all in terms of that phrase or concept in terms of the language. So given all of that as the premise, I'll just go through some of the other difficult verses that are used for the tradition. And I think that some of them actually do support the conditionalist view better when looked at critically. So let's look at one of the famous ones from Jesus, which was like, you better to have your hand cut off than thrown into Gehenna, which is very different from Sheol, by the way, and Hades, and better to have a hand cut off than go into Sheol, and where the worm dies not and the fire isn't quenched. Okay, so if you're just an ignorant Christian, or if you're just imbibe what your pastor tells you and you think souls are eternal, when you hear that phrase, you go, see, where the worm dies not and the fire is not quenched, obviously means endless suffering. It's as clear as a bell, they say. And I'm thinking, really? Okay. Well, it doesn't say that, by the way. It doesn't say endless suffering and endless pain. You've got to leap from that phrase to that. But what most people don't know is that phrase Jesus is quoting from Isaiah 66 at the end. So at the end of Isaiah 66, God comes down to a whole lot of wicked people, and he, in the flame of fire, he destroys them. It says it in Isaiah 66, and the slain of the Lord will be many, something like that. All of these bodies and carcasses are piled up. And this happens in more than one place in the Old Testament, that God kills people in judgment and he lets the stench of them come up. Bodies are piled high and they are just a rotting spectacle. That's the scene in Isaiah 66. It says the corpses, it says the righteous will come out. I think they come out of Jerusalem, and they will look upon the corpses of those that God has already slain in fire. And then it says their worm shall not die and their fire is not quenched. And it's about corpses. In the literal context, it's outside Jerusalem and it's corpses. The image is of not suffering. It's of an awful after effect of this judgment, that you can go out and you can say these people were wicked and look at their bodies all being burnt with this fire. There's so many bodies, the fire is continually burning. That's the kind of image there. And people have tried to read into that a continuous torment outside Jerusalem and suffering of living people, but you just can't do it in Isaiah. So Jesus is picking up this idea. Now, if you have a Jewish, and you may have come across this, Derek, if you have a Jewish understanding, they had a horrific concept of not being buried. If you weren't buried, that is shameful for your family that are still alive. If you knew that you were going to be killed and you weren't going to have a burial, that will be shame for you as a Jewish person. This has got lost in Western culture. We don't think like that anymore. Well, I don't care what happens to my corpse, whether I'm hanging on a tree somewhere or buried, but some people don't really care. But in this context, the idea of not being buried is a horrific idea of shame. And so the idea that this is a spectacle in Isaiah is the shame that that maybe family members have, or the contempt, as it says there'll be an abhorrence to this spectacle, but it isn't suffering. Jesus is picking up on that and using it for Gehenna, which is referring to the valley of Hinnom in the Old Testament, where slaughters and death happened. It wasn't a place of permanent torture. And so the idea is that there's a horrific death that happens under God's judgment, and then the corpses are left exposed. That's the backdrop, and Jesus is just simply quoting that. To read into that eternal torment is just doing that. You're reading into it. You're putting in Revelation 20 and feeding it back into there. Okay, so that's one very strong passage that could sound like ongoing suffering, but actually it doesn't in the Old Testament context. So that's one. Another one, that perhaps you asked me what the biggest one was for tradition. That's Matthew 25. These shall go away into eternal life, and these shall go away into eternal, I can't see my fingers here, eternal punishment. And somebody says, isn't that plain, Andrew? They go to eternal life. Notice it's eternal life. And then the others go to eternal punishment. Now, so you'd have that, isn't that plain? Because if you're destroyed, how can that be eternal punishment? Well, that begs the question. And so I will note right there two things. One is the same author, just a few chapters before, has said, fear him who can destroy body and soul in Gehenna. If that author thought that you were destroyed in Gehenna and you were never resurrected and brought back, wouldn't that equally be an eternal punishment? Is this the way that the author, the same author of Matthew, which wasn't Matthew, by the way, but the same author thought that it's an eternal punishment? So if I can try and distinguish it there, like Sodom and Gomorrah, like you explained, Sodom, the city was destroyed, all the people died, and they never came back, and the city was never rebuilt. It was never life again, never activity. It's destroyed forever. So to go away into eternal punishment, the conditionalists say it means you'll go away to be destroyed forever. This time you're not coming back. This death, yes, you came back, but the next one you don't. That's the conditionalist way of seeing eternal punishment. But you don't even have to do that. John Wenham, a famous British conditionalist, said, and it's very true, very true. He took a different view. He said that, and Michael Green, have you heard of Michael Green?
I've heard of Michael Green.
Two very strong, like John Stott kind of figures over here in England. Both of them said that eternal punishment can equally be translated the punishment of the age to come, because it's to do about the age to come and the life of the age to come. If you go into the life of the age to come and you go away into the punishment of the age to come, you need more information to know what that punishment is. Yeah, and even what the life is, for that matter. And so that they took that view. They said you'll go away to the punishment of the age to come, which universalists use this one, by the way, because they say the punishment of the age to come is this purgative period. The conditionalist says it means you're destroyed, not coming back, and the traditionalist says the punishment of the age to come, even if they took that interpretation, would say it means you're endlessly suffering. So it doesn't answer the question. It doesn't say go away to endless torment. Okay, and so it just says eternal punishment. So you have to say, what is the punishment? Begging the question. So it's, to me, people press it far, far, far too far. But I would admit that if you're brought up in the culture of eternal suffering, you're going to naturally say eternal punishment means eternal suffering, you know. But what would temporary punishment mean? Well, would that mean that you die, or would it mean that you might come back into heaven? So temporary punishment wouldn't work either, because you would say that means you could be saved in the end then. Do you see what I mean? So yeah. The conditionalist says you can't ever be saved. You can't come back to heaven. You can't be, you know, you're not, there's no reprieve. It's a final destruction. So that is probably the definitive classic verse for the traditional view. And I just don't think it does it based on the context. So there's two passages.
Yeah. That passage, I mean, again, it feels like you have to, depending on where you start, is how you're going to kind of conclude, because you have two options. And I could see why a traditionalist might look at it and go, well, one's rewarded eternally. And the other one is punished eternally. The idea is, you would imagine almost like a scale, and it's going to, you know, both sides are going to have an equal distribution of something, one negative, one positive in a sense. So this side, the negative side, has to endure, just like the eternal positive side. But that's if you come into it with
those assumptions.
Right. And you know, I'll tell you this, as you spoke this whole time, my only questions, because I've got some scholars back here, right? Some PhDs who argue Paul was a Middle Platonist.
Right.
Paul is a Middle Platonist, they say. It's all throughout his language. And my question is, maybe not all Middle Platonists had the same ideas about this, but if Middle Platonism, and there's already Platonic thought, that we're trying to segue this Jewishness about the New Testament away from the pagan world, the question I would have is simply, were there pagans who didn't have the idea of an eternal soul? Because there is so much Hellenistic material in the New Testament that I see that I would not pretend that there's this like divided wall that bifurcates between both worlds. M. David Litwa talks about this. I think Martin Hengel wrote this in the 70s, arguing that this idea that there's a dividing line between Jew and Gentile, and by this time specifically the Greeks and the Jews, it's a false dichotomy that if it's Hellenistic, Jews lose. If it's Jewish, Greeks lose. And it's this mentality that we've had in the scholarship for like quite a while now. And he said it's a false dichotomy. But I really do wonder, what's up?
I think you're
what's
right.
going on? You know what I mean?
I think you're right. I think that one of the struggles I had when trying to be a systematic conditionalist back in the day was recognizing that the soul in the Old Testament, when you died, soul was more like life. It was like earthly life. So when you died, Adam was made a living soul, and when he died, he's a dead soul. And a dead soul is when the body goes back to the earth and the breath of life goes back to God, and there's no more human being. I think that's the original primitive idea. But when it came to Matthew 10:28, when it says, "Fear him who can kill." Don't fear them who can kill the body but cannot kill the soul. But I'm thinking, hang around, souls died all over the place in the Old Testament. Like a corpse in a trench was a dead soul. A living soul is the breath of life in a body. A breathing, and animals, by the way, are living souls. So when animals dies, they're sort of dead souls and their breath is taken away. There's no sort of concept of like conscious animals going somewhere or to Sheol or anything either. So living souls are just living creatures. And I couldn't understand it. Now, it's possible that the Greek concepts are starting to then move, because of course it's way before the New Testament. It's in the Second Temple period. This is where they had views of Sheol that were conscious immortal souls, sort of getting that way. You had the intertestamental. Can you say the word for me? Intertestamental.
Yeah, you did it.
Intertestamental literature has a diverse concepts of actually endless torment ending by extinction or instant destruction, or even universalistic ideas. They're all found in this sort of Jewish literature. Sheol becomes sometimes mixed up with Gehenna. It's a whole ball game of interesting stuff. It's very difficult when you get to the New Testament to think, has any of that coming back? There's a scholar called David Instone Brewer who argues that that Matthew, it's not Jesus really saying anything. It's the author is just saying what they want Jesus to say. That Matthew is on the Jewish side of a debate, which is, do you come out of Gehenna? Because there were later Jewish views where you're in Gehenna for 12 months and then you come out. And there was sort of salvation from Gehenna, a bit universalistic actually. And that the author of Matthew was using Matthew 25, these will go away to eternal punishment, that you don't come out. But not necessarily in the sense that you live in it forever, but this is why he said, fear him who can destroy body and soul, making sure that you don't come out after 12 months. And that was fascinating for me, because I'm thinking, yes, that could be a philosophical debate linking the more Greek influenced ideas. I already mentioned Luke from Bart Ehrman's thing, that really insightful to me, that he may have had a different idea of a human being in a Greek sense, a dualistic view, very different from the Jewish view, which means that when in the Old Testament, if you said receive my spirit, it's just the breath of life going out of you. It's not a conscious being going somewhere. In Luke, it could be when Stephen says receive my spirit, it could be that he's talking about a soul, that in a Greek sense. This could be the influence of Greek philosophy. Paul, who then talks about not being naked, is not really that Jewish. They're much more like the body is the man. In Genesis, it says, he created the man from the dust. It doesn't say he created the spirit and then threw on this shell. Paul talks about the body as a bit of a shell, sometimes like a tent.
Yep.
And this is quite Greek. So my nuances since becoming more critical is realizing this evolutionary thing. But that doesn't mean Paul thought that the internal soul was eternal. I don't think he thought that at all. But I do think he thought that you did survive.
Yeah,
and then you can be,
I like
you
the
know,
nuance. The
yeah,
nuance is what we have to bring into this, because
yeah,
I think there's a debate in our New Testament happening, and I think
yeah,
Matthew's debating Mark, and I
yeah.
think Matthew's debating Paul. And I think Luke might be potentially debating Matthew. And definitely I'd say he's building off
I
of
think
Mark.
so.
And so yeah.
It's not unlike having your different scholars on who differ.
Exactly. Or
The
modern
Bible is a
denominations.
snapshot. Yeah, it's a snapshot of Dan McLennan and Bart Ehrman and rattling off and Mark Goodacre. Mark Goodacre. You should look at Mark Goodacre and Bart Ehrman. They disagree on an awful lot.
Did you see, by the way, did you see Bart Ehrman's final speech when Goodacre spoke? He's like, Bart is pretty damn conservative. I mean, he pretty much called him a conservative. Yeah. And then later, I'm part of his email list, and he emails everybody, I'm a conservative, some people think. And it's like, yeah, of course, Goodacre thinks that.
Bob Price did a book on him saying he's like stuck in the middle with you. That's how he said it. Because as you know, huge fan of Bob Price, but I've never read the book. I've read some samples of it, and he says, Bart Ehrman interpreted, which is of course a pun on Bart Ehrman interrupted.
Yes,
and he thinks he's stuck in the middle with you with this sort of conservative scholarship. And Mark Goodacre, I've met Bart Ehrman in London. I went to personally meet him with Johanna, my daughter, and had a discussion about this. And he told us, he said that Mark Goodacre will always take the minority view on anything. He goes, if we're talking about, because he's not really quite happy yet, but I think he might be won over in the end with Luke being written after Josephus and drawing from Josephus. Okay, but he said, Mark's all into that. It's like
look, I tell you, Mark Goodacre, I can write him right now, and like he will come up, dude. It's so cool. Like we're talking about the I am statements in John. And he's like, I disagree. And I'm like, with other scholars, he goes, I think that there's already I am statements in Mark, Matthew, and Luke, and people just don't see it. And he's like, I think it's in John. Then he's got his whole John is the fourth synoptic. By the way, this interesting, I'm not going to read it all, but Bart Ehrman has performed a great service by introducing many new readers to crucial questions of biblical criticism in a series of books, both scholarly and popular. And this work, in his work, recalls that of Edgar J. Goodspeed and Robert W. Funk, both of whom were great scholars but refused to barricade themselves in the academic ivory tower, concerned neither to protect the faithful from the discomfort of critical challenges nor to protect themselves from the ire of the faithful. These scholars insisted on taking it to the streets, unafraid of controversy. They knew their work would offer relief and new hope to many who loved Scripture but could no longer suppress their questions, doubts about it. Professor Ehrman has not avoided controversy, but has even invited it by his refusal to hide behind diplomatic and equivocal language. My goal in the present book, Bart Ehrman interpreted this, is to expound on and to evaluate his work under 6 headings. And he goes, I'm not going to lie, Bob goes pretty harsh. He gets pretty critical of Bart in this and says Bart is not going far enough. He's not being consistent. And so it's like, ooh, it's getting juicy.
I picked up on that ages ago. Because I used to listen way back in 2007. I started listening to Bob, and I had all these tapes that he was doing and playing it way back, and I was just like blown away by some of that knowledge. And very influential on me. And as for you,
if it weren't for him, man, I don't know if I would have just desired to go down this path that I did.
I think he had an influence on my path as well, particularly as I was sort of deconstructing my faith at the time. I discovered him. He was like, I got some real enjoyment from thinking, so if the Bible isn't the word of God, then what is it? And I went down that path rather than just throwing it all out. I went, well, in that case, I want to know who put it together. Okay, so who wrote the other books that Paul said not to write, and what are the arguments, and particularly Genesis, when he did his thing on Genesis, on the different sources and the flood story being a mesh of 2 stories. Wow. And that they were also imbibing from Adrahasis and all the rest of it. I was just thinking, this is so amazing. It's like if you want answers as a non-evangelical and non-Christian, they are amazing answers. They're just not amazing if you're an evangelical. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
But they are amazing to go. I don't have a problem thinking, oh my gosh, so that explains the 7 animals on one story and the language that fits the Hebrew here, and the 2 coming in, and the 40 days and the 150 days. They're a mesh of 2 stories. Somebody was editing them together, and 2 stories of Genesis 1 and 2. They didn't merge them, but put them one after another, and the same language. And he was going through the Hebrew, and I was thinking, oh my gosh, this is unbelievably brilliant answer, but it's not a good answer as a fundamentalist.
No,
you can't go there. Yeah. So
they say Genesis 1 may actually be trying to correct Genesis 2. So this is why they put it in front of it. It's almost like this gets in the weeds of Acts scholarship, because I've been diving into Luke Acts a lot lately. But some scholars who look at Luke Acts see that this author is trying to tame Paul. If you read Paul's letters, he's too radical for this author. So he has Peter do what Paul did. Peter becomes the Gentile. You know, he's the first one who bumps into Cornelius. That's Paul's mission. Why is Luke Acts giving Paul's mission to Peter? He's trying to make them sing Kumbaya and also overlap. But what gets even more interesting in the weeds, when you read people like Purvo, when you read people like Glover, when you read a lot of the experts, they will highlight that Acts is trying to give you a picture of Paul.
Yeah.
That they want to introduce you to Paul through that image. They don't want you reading the 7 or the letters of Paul. The pastorals, you know, Ephesians and things that weren't really written by Paul are already in dialogue with Acts. These kinds of taming and cooperative Pauline type ideas. So the 7 authentic that are early, they want you to get an impression of Paul through Acts. So if you do come across the letters, you're not getting the radical Paul, because Paul's pretty radical when you read him in and of his own letters. He's also antagonistic. So anyway, there's all sorts of cool stuff.
The pro-women in Paul is interesting to the sort of almost anti-women in the pastorals. It's very interesting.
Right. That's why I do think that's later. I think someone
is it's more Roman influence. It's Roman influence, the household structure, the male head of the household, and all the rest of it. The churches were in these Roman groups as well, and that structure seems to fit, and the pastoral seem to fit, like, oh, the second coming isn't quite happening now, so we can get married. You know, when Paul says better to be like me to marry than maybe if you burn with passion you get married, but basically be like me because the time is short. The pastoral seem to go, let's talk about headship and leadership and families and being a good. It seems to be getting ready for the long haul. That's a Barnoni phrase. Whereas Paul is ready for the end of the age.
Exactly.
Generally,
I agree. Totally. We who are alive and remain. You know.
Yeah. Whereas the other one goes, it's better you need to be married, but only one wife. And it's like, hang around. I thought you were really encouraging and then of course, church history took its paths, didn't it? You know, the Acts of Thecla. They took the path of Paul's down. He's really down on marriage and sex, and they took it further to be celibate and to be not going. You know, the whole story of Acts and Thecla starts off with the engagement being broken off, and then she goes and serves with Paul, and it goes that way. And then I think it's Dale Martin, who's an excellent scholar, did a thing on if that's written quite late, it's quite similar to the opposing view of the pastorals, which is the exact opposite. Let's get married, find one wife. It's the exact opposite, using Paul as an argument for this Roman household. Acts and Thecla is using sort of the earlier idea of the end of time is coming, so let's just preach, no marriage, you know, don't get involved, no sex, basically.
I got some super chats we got to hit before we go. I just want to say this. The language in the Paul and Thecla story, if you go back and read it, when Thecla comes to Paul, and he's in chains, by the way, for the viewers who may not have read it, he's imprisoned. There is erotic language in there. So this is an ascetic story with erotic undertones, because they can't, someone, I feel like whoever's writing this is struggling.
Well, it's a common trope. I think they're trying to subvert a common trope. They can't get rid of it all. So it's still a romantic sort of sexual tension is in there, isn't there?
There's sexual tension in there because Thecla, with his chains, she's at his feet, he's weeping, holding his chains for like, dude, it's a little vivid. You know what I'm saying? Like getting a little too PG-13 up to PG-18. You know what I'm saying?
book which is trying to push you away from all that, you know?
Yeah. I think that story is fantastic, though. That's a hell of a story.
It is. And it does give a different vision of Paul from the pastorals. If Paul is meant to be the one who wrote it, you're thinking, hang around, will the real Paul still stand up? Because it's like, because it looks like people took those nuances that can be seeded in the New Testament and then went their different routes. And which is probably why people were writing in the name of Paul anyway. We thought, well, we think Paul would have said this, you know.
Exactly.
You know. Anyway, carry on.
Okay.
Kirk looks like Tom Hardy so much.
Much thanks for stream. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't carefully looked at Kirk. I just remember watching him in like Left Behind, you know, the movie. That was my main. I did meet him, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Me and my wife went to there was a local church in Fayetteville, North Carolina. I guess they paid him enough money to get him out there. You know, he's a superstar in their world. And and at the time we were like, Kirk Cameron's coming to the church that's near us. There was a church that we went to, and it was a church counseling like lecture thing he was giving. And me and my wife were trying to just, you know, enhance our godly marriage and our Jesus relationship and our love for one another. So we went to this freaking, you know, conference by Kirk Cameron back in the day and got to meet him.
That's I've read now, you'll be surprised about this, but he's jettisoned all the Left Behind theology and become a partial preterist. You know, because I think it's probably the most respectable way to go now. You can't be full preterist, but to go partial is pretty cool, because at least you're honoring the language of the soon and the near and this generation, and you're doing your best to keep that language at its meaning rather than all this twisting.
You brought up that. So I know a guy who has a serious chip on his shoulder against preterism at all. And he went all the way to full preterism like me. And I think you went there too.
I almost went there.
Oh, you almost did? Okay. I did.
Almost did, yeah.
For several years I was in it. And this guy was too. Well, he reverted, instead of finding these problems and then going to critical scholarship and being persuaded and saying, I'm out. He went back, and now he's against any partial preterism because he knows it's a gateway drug
to the
full preterism.
Of course it is. Yeah, it is. Like N.T. Wright is stuck in the middle, for example, because he is a partial preterist, and then suddenly quotes a verse from Paul as a future second coming, where he's just said it's soon and it's near and the day is almost at hand. And it's like, what? How can you do that? So he's gone as far as you can get before you're a heretic in evangelicalism. It didn't work for me. I'm thinking, no, partial preterism does lead to full. I felt it does, or it leads to failure, that it didn't happen.
Yeah.
They were wrong.
Yeah. And that's why he wants to let go of all of it. He wants to. Yeah. And I'm like, why? And he's like, because it leads to this. It's going to destroy the faith. And it's like, damn, that's wild. By the way, Gaddis says, oh shit, I meant Andrew looks like Tom Hardy.
Oh.
Now that makes better sense.
I don't. Tom Hardy, you're kidding me. Yes, I've said I've been looked like some other people, can't remember the names now, but never had that. That's amazing. But well, I'll take that.
Yeah, take that and run with it.
I don't really think I look like anybody, but I haven't had a few people over the years mention different people. But
yeah,
well, it depends. If I take my glasses off like that, it may look a bit different. But well, oh yeah. So I was going to mention, when you mentioned Kirk, I'm glad the previous member there mentioned Kirk, because this whole thing that we were talking about today started with the backlash of Kirk Cameron, who had read Edward Fudge. Edward Fudge has written a fantastic book. I know from experience that if anybody reads that book, if they're a traditionalist, they're going to come out battered and bruised at worst. At best, they're going to be convinced, but certainly at worst, it's like a wet fish slap in the face on traditionalism. It's so powerful, that book, and so condensed, so well researched. I think he was like a scholar that researched it in incredible depth back in the 70s. Wrote this book, and it's a classic today called The Fire That Consumes. It's 3rd volume now. Richard Borkham did the foreword for the most recent one. You've heard of Richard Borkham? I gather.
Yes. Oh, of course.
He's a bona fide evangelical scholar. Like, a lot of people at Borkham's level are conditionalists, because he said the Old Testament has never been really considered for the traditional, but he said the Old Testament so gives you an understanding of what judgment's all about. And Borkham did that on Fudge's book. And I don't know why I even mentioned that. Why did they mention Fudge? Oh yeah. So Kirk read the book, he mentions it, that he read it. And I can see why he was persuaded, because I've got friends who I've lent that book and they've come out a conditionalist overnight. I never did. It took me years to fully be like certain. But some friends of mine just like, they don't want to do the research. They read the book and they go, yeah, makes a lot of sense.
So, I think it's just crazy how we're struggling. What I do is I'm like backed up here and I'm thinking to myself, all of this dispute and the crap that he has to go through right now for having a different theological view about hell is over the idea that God's going to punish human beings. The whole thing sounds wacky now. When I
from the outside, it does.
From the outside, I'm like, what the hell? Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, this guy is a heretic for not believing that perhaps the majority of the human race will not be in a state of physical and mental pain for eternity, and as long as God is God. Get out of here. Do you know what I mean? They're saying to him. It's unbelievable.
Right. There's levels to it, right? There's levels to this.
It makes Hitler seem like a pretty cool guy in comparison to what God's going to do to human beings. You know, if you think about it, Auschwitz was one of the worst things that ever happened in the history of humanity, and it pales into nothing compared with the traditional view of hell. Absolutely nothing. And yet we all stand up in horror at even the genocides in the Old Testament, generally speaking, except fundamentalists who don't seem to mind at all. But a lot of humans would just be horrified at the genocides in Joshua. But you say, well, that's nothing compared with what God's going to do to you in the fire, and all your family members and everybody in history and the Canaanites. And oh gosh, I mean, I just don't understand the mentality of going, if I was them, I would go, you mean there's another possibility that doesn't involve endless torment? Oh my gosh, tell me more. That would be my response. Not, you heretic, let's shut this boy down.
It's crazy how the mind would do something like that.
I know. It's like, you know, and I haven't got onto the point where conditionalism is actually quite a horrific view of judgment, because it's only pales because of the tradition, but actually it's a painful form of death, of almost fiery suffering. And I wouldn't want to see a mouse in a fire for 20 seconds myself as a human being. So how God can judge with this fiery judgment in the way it's put is actually old school death. It's like being hung, drawn, and quartered. People in the past had capital punishment through the most horrific means. Like if you've ever seen Mel Gibson's film Braveheart, where he's hung, drawn, and quartered. Can you imagine that as a real form of punishment compared to today's way we are mostly in our mind? Yeah, that's right. Or even just beheading in the middle of a square. I mean, imagine anybody just lining up to be beheaded, which is what the old Rapture films did, by the way, because that's going to happen to people that are left behind. They're going to be beheaded unless you don't confess Jesus. I don't know if you've seen that in the original films. The original films were back in the early 70s, but played to young people in churches all through the 80s and 90s. Frightened the life out of me. And that's because if we missed the rapture and you didn't give up your faith, if you kept your faith, you'd be beheaded in the governmental tribulation. And that was enough. That's enough to frighten the life out of me, let alone eternal hell if you don't believe in Jesus. I mean, that's like
so ridiculous.
I'll try and send you. I tell you what, I've got some clips. I sent it to a scholar once who was doing a whole PhD or some masters or something on the end times, modern view of end times and the rapture and left behind. I sent him these videos because I know friends who were traumatized by these videos. I'm going to send you a clip after this.
Okay.
And I'm going to play. You watch that clip and you imagine 10-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds in a youth club being shown this video. And you'll think, this is abusive, destructive, horrific stuff. Yeah, it's all done in the name of evangelism and trying to get you to go up in the rapture, you know? And they're far more gruesome than the Left Behind modern films, by the way.
Yeah,
they tame those right now. But these 70s films were a mixture between almost horror and evangelism. You know, it's just,
I've never seen it. Send it to me,
right?
please.
Okay, you are going to be absolutely. You're going to say, no way is this.
I'm going to make a video about it. I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to do a documentary or something like and cover it.
There's 4 films called it's about the Thief in the Night. Thief in the Night is the first one. It was so popular around in evangelist world, even if it frightened people. Then they had the next one. There was 4 films, and they were all shown in youth groups, and this first two frightened the life out of me. And it was like you're just frightened into the kingdom, because you do not want to be, as a teenager, sort of left into the tribulation to be beheaded like that, or being asked to say deconfess Jesus. All you need to do is just recant the faith, and you won't go up there and have your head chopped off. And it's like, and it follows these characters in which, well, I won't say what happens, I'll show you the film.
Yeah,
this is why I'm in what I'm involved in, because I think that much of Christianity can be incredibly traumatizing and incredibly damaging, particularly endless torment, because you've got to think of your family members who weren't Christians, anybody down your generation that you care about, or anybody is all going to go to that fate if they don't believe in Jesus, and they haven't, or they were, in classic gospel, except children. We'll give children a pass. Most people seem to do that for some strange reason. Because they're too human and compassionate to put children in eternal fire. But everyone else, unfortunately, that's your destiny. And so I can't believe how you can live with it as a human being conceptually without going crazy, if you really, really, really believe it. So, yeah.
Let me hit
heaven is hard enough.
Oh, yeah. Robin Songs Are Magical. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for firing us up here. Great dynamic duo.
The consuming fire of God.
William Arens, thank you so much again. Have not our views of the afterlife been formed by the old view of an unchanging universe and our current understanding of a universe in motion?
But the unchanging, again, some of your questioners have such good questions. I'm not used to such good and clever, well thought out questions. Have not views after been formed by the old view of unchanging universe. So what would you think that was trying to talk about?
Yeah, I'm not sure, because the second part throws me off. Like, I could get it if you thought maybe alternative reality would then need to be able to explain, because I don't think the ancients were thinking. I think they were thinking of geographic locations when they're describing up. They think heaven. They think really up when they describe low.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking William is trying to describe our now modern scientific understanding. Maybe I'm mistaken here, and this is maybe in the weeds about motion that I'm not understanding. But
I can see.
Yeah, I'm
so
wondering.
We're in a flat Earth with a dome and Sheol underneath, whether it's the actual ground of Earth or a deeper subterranean thing. They probably had a later view in later Judaism of this sort of underworld, possibly with then the you've got a heaven above the earth and under the earth. Even the New Testament talks about under the earth. It's still this ancient cosmology.
Exactly.
So when Jesus ascended, it was really to go up into their idea of going up into heaven. I mean, if you're in Australia, Jesus would be going down. I mean, whichever way you want to think, you know what I mean? If you're thinking global Earth, you know what I mean? It's like, can you think about it? If Jesus sort of went up like that from a technical point of view,
right?
It's not up.
Exactly.
It depends on where you're thinking about. But in a flat Earth kind of concept, of course, it would be. And of course, Jesus is said to go down to Sheol. Was that again the grave, or was it an underworld? That's whole controversial, isn't it? Whether Jesus is preaching in this underworld. You probably know all about that. That's more Pentecostal views of Jesus preaching and letting a whole lot of people out. In between death and resurrection.
Exactly.
Based on 2 Peter, I think. Again, 2 Peter, pretty late.
Yeah, but it does have ideas that seem to overlap with Enochian ideas again.
Oh yeah.
So I don't think it's hell like we imagine it. Even when we're thinking of he has the keys of death and Hades. He's talking about death.
Yeah.
He's able to go and preach to those who are
undo it.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's all it is. It's not like just, thank you so much, Tora. Oh, sorry. Did you want to comment on that?
Carry on. No.
Tora, thank you so much for the super chat. MythVision, my dude, what's the good word, brother? Hope all is well. Stay blessed. Thank you so much. Bro, love the content, family. I am in the chat, just enjoying the dialogue. A++ as always.
You've got such a good group that come in and support you. It's so good.
Absolutely, and I'd like to have you. Yeah.
Oh shit! I mean, Andrew looks like Tom Hardy. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Maybe I'm increasingly looking like Tom Hardy. I needed to mention just briefly, when you mentioned about the underworld and everything else, I didn't mention about perhaps one of the biggest differences, and Bart Ehrman mentions this, that Luke 16 with the parable of the rich man is such an oddity, because it's nothing like the Old Testament, and it's an immediately after death situation. And it's, you know, I take it as a parable. It's to do with rich and poor and wealth, and maybe attack on the Pharisees. It's got nothing to do with an actual afterlife. It's very, very similar to a common Egyptian story. There was tropes very similar. They're called reversal of fortune concepts. And it's got nothing to do with Jesus trying to say, and first of all, it's Luke putting it into Jesus' mouth. He probably didn't even say this, but he's using it to sort of maybe challenge the Pharisees on something. But people have taken it as like, when you die, you go to this sort of Hades, because it talks about Hades. It's not Gehenna, by the way. And there's this conversation. I mean, can you just imagine it? You're in one side and you're having a conversation with Father Abraham. Oh, really? You know, can you just imagine if everybody went to that, and you're all this cacophony of talking to the people on the other side? I don't want to be here. Well, you can't come across the other side, I'm afraid. Go and tell your brothers, you know, that not to come here. It's a bizarre story. You must know a bit about it.
Yeah, I have.
But it is a parable. A certain rich man, you know, a certain man. Luke is full of parables like that.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up an example that I think might be visually helpful. Some of them are bad quality, but okay, so Dennis R. McDonald has looked at Luke, and he has one that really appeals to me. I'm trying to get a good example to show you a visual of it. Let's go with this one, because this one's big and it's pretty. All right, I'm going to share this with you. He thinks that, yes, I agree with every assessment you made about the parable as a lesson toward people who are, you know, wealthy, taking advantage. But you have a Greek story about a guy named Tantalus.
Yeah,
and in
Greek, that one.
In the Greek story, his punishment, and I can't remember exactly what he did. Well, it's eternal frustration. Okay. What happens in the story is that he's reaching out for food and he's hungry, but he can never quite get the fruit that's hanging right above him. But he can and he's also thirsty. And every time he tries to get water, the water will come like up to his chin, but he can never get any water in his mouth. So he's always hungry and always thirsty. Now, the question is, what happened with him? He was a king, usually said to rule over Lydia and Anatolia, modern day Turkey. His father was Zeus, the king of the gods. His mother was often said to be Pluto, a nymph. This divine connection granted him a special privilege. Tantalus was allowed to dine with the gods on Mount Olympus, sharing their ambrosia and nectar, the food and drink that gave them immortality. However, this access to the divine realm became Tantalus's undoing, as recounted in the myth of Tantalus's eternal torment. Instead of valuing his privileged status, he perpetrated a series of egregious offenses against the gods. And I don't know what those offenses are, but I guess there's the crimes. We could check those out. The exact nature of Tantalus's crimes vary slightly depending on the specific telling of the myth. Same stories say he stole ambrosia and nectar from the god's table, shared it with mortals, revealing the secrets of immortality. Anyway, he thinks that there might be something going on between that myth and this one in Luke.
And
yeah. So I don't know what to do with it.
There's six Jewish tales. There's an Egyptian tale. There's one called the story of Bar Mahan and Osiris and Setmi, or Osiris and Setmi, a Jewish tale. So there's a lot of Jewish tales of reversal of fortunes. There's Egyptian one, and there's others. It looks like the author of Luke, and again, seems to possibly be argued later now that Luke was writing, possibly, into the early 2nd century, and Luke was at Book of Acts, maybe 115 or something. You must have heard of that recent move to a later dates, but drawing from these stories and then putting them back in Jesus' mouth to make points.
Of course.
Because it is bizarre to work out literally. It really is. It's just crazy. Because first of all, we're talking about dip my tongue, and he's talking bodily. Does it mean they have a body? And when this is the bodiless intermediate state, it's difficult to it's not the topography of the afterlife. It's a tale that's probably just a Jewish version or taking something like you've just said to make these points. And it depends. Now, the assumption of the story is like, well, do some people believe these are real afterlife scenarios that will happen? That's another question, maybe. But Luke may not have been, or the author of Luke may not have been saying, Jesus is trying to tell you what the afterlife is like immediately when you die. Because it's like taking a Harry Potter story, you know, into your conversation in a pulpit and say, you know, Harry said to Hermione this, and when they went past the tree of Hogwarts, no one's going to say, so really? There's a real tree of Hogwarts? And you go, no, I'm just using a common story for this illustration. You know what I mean? That can be done. You know, people try to do that with the Book of Enoch, by the way, that's used in Jude, because fundamentalists don't like it. It's quoting it like it's scripture. And then they go, like the prophecy of Enoch is being used, and you're thinking, well, if it's a real prophecy, well, this is of God. You don't just suddenly quote the book of. But then some people say, my pastor said to me, it's like quoting Harry Potter, you know.
Yeah, so, of course. That's
you've got to do that, haven't you? Yeah, that's right. And it's like, okay, it's possible to use these fictional stories to convey a point, but the one thing for sure is that Luke 16 and an immediate afterlife is like the only place that ever does it in the Bible in terms of a reward and punishment scenario,
right?
You know, and also got nothing to do with salvation, by the way. You get the implication that if you're a poor beggar, you might go to the good place, and if you're rich and stingy with your money, you know, well, what about Jesus and the 4 laws of do you believe in Jesus? You know, and evangelism. It's like, whoa, you know. Same with the sheep and the goats, by the way. Eternal punishment, eternal life. It isn't like they responded to the gospel. It's what they did and didn't do in terms of treatment of somebody. I mean, I think it's treatment of the disciples, but other people, even Bart Ehrman, think it's treatment of anybody in the world. I don't think that, but it's certainly not got to do with did you believe my gospel? It's what you did and didn't do, you know, which flies in the face of later Pauline salvation language, you know. But so there's all these nuances on all these passages and other areas of subjects.
Yeah,
it's all bubbling in my mind.
It's still interesting though. Like
oh, fascinating.
Yeah, totally different ways. You know, totally different ways to understand it. You know what I mean? It's powerful.
I think Jesus would have fallen out with Paul on a lot of stuff, particularly the law. You know, if Jesus really did say in Matthew, you know, I've not come to abolish the law, and every jot and tittle, those that teach otherwise will be the least in the kingdom. Paul would have been pretty much the least in the kingdom, according to my reading of Matthew 5. Some people even think that Matthew, the author of Matthew, was having a poke at Pauline church.
You workers of lawlessness.
That's right.
Yeah, that's why I think there is a debate. I think there is a debate going on. You can't prove it.
Yeah, you can't prove
drop them. Yeah,
you can't prove it. But later writings did have this thing that Paul and the disciples were on different pages. You know, particularly that might lead into the Ebionites, you know, where the law and Jesus as Messiah all were blended into one, whereas Paul was like, the law is now at an end, and Jesus is the new, it was only a schoolmaster. And I think there are later passages where Paul is being attacked in clever ways without specifying it. But Robert M. Price goes into that.
Yeah,
I forget the literature now, but it's certainly later. And there's certainly a passage somewhere that says we, the disciples, were with Jesus. So we knew. You just had a vision. How do you know it's not a demon? You know what I mean? I thought, wow.
Yeah.
So there's tension in the early church. Paul was just hearing in his mind. We were there. We saw him. We know that he wanted the law to be kept. You're saying something different because you say you got your gospel directly in Galatians from Jesus. That's dangerous.
Yeah. I don't know what to do with. I mean, there's so much to unpack with a lot of this material that, you know, even what we're discussing today, you've got me really thinking about. Like, I really need to do more studying. You also had me wanting to read some of these books that you brought up during the stream as well.
Well, I would recommend Edward Fudge, The Fire That Consumes, 3rd edition. Introduction with Richard Borkham. I think if you can just sit and read that. I mean, I tend to, like you, listen to audiobooks because I'm on the move and I'm listening, and I listen to I've got Bart Ehrman's 28-hour forgery book, not the one for lay people.
You're talking about forgery, counter forgery. Yeah.
Forgery, counter forgery over the years. 28. I told Bart Ehrman this. He said, "Oh my God, why are you listening to an awful audiobook?" And I said, because I'm in the car driving down for 5 hours. I listened to 5 hours of the book. Why you know, 2 Thessalonians isn't Paul, you know, and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah,
I love it. The voice isn't very good though, but to read a book is a bit. I tend to have to really try to make time to do that if I physically read. But The Fire That Consumes is just like if you read that book, you'll come out thinking, why did history go the way it went? You know, why weren't the eternal torment people some crazy cult movement and conditionalism the tradition? That's what I would think. But no, it didn't go that way. The crazy cult people are the conditionalists, you know, historically.
Yeah.
You know, except for critical scholars, you know.
Yeah.
So thank goodness for that, because I was thinking, after all I did when Bart Ehrman did his book on heaven and hell, I'm thinking, if he doesn't come out a conditionalist, I don't know what I'm going to do with all my study. And he came out a conditionalist. I was so glad. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, he's got no axe to grind. He just researched it in depth. And he said it on one of his podcasts. He looked into it in absolute depth, and he came out with basically what I discovered 30 years ago. And I thought, oh, thank goodness for that. And then I found out lots of critical scholars like Borkham and lots of evangelical scholars in the academic world are often conditionalist, because they know the arguments. It's just fundamentalists and conservatives stuck in their ways, like John MacArthur. And he's one of the worst evangelicals I think I can name, is John MacArthur.
He's so cutthroat.
Women in ministry, he says, I permit not a woman to teach, I have authority. Case closed. He actually says it. Case closed. What's this women in ministry debate? Case closed. And he hadn't got a clue that Paul didn't even write that.
So ridiculous. Okay, a few more. Let me get these other super chats, because if not, we'll be here all night. I can't leave anyone hanging. Watery Waves, thank you so much for the super sticker. Appreciate the love and the support. I really do. Gaddis is back again. Hell and demon association, I think, is very important. Associate scholars, science with hell equals reading their work is like associating with demonic stuff.
Associate scholars, science with hell, reading their work is like associating with demonic stuff. Hell and demonic association. Again, so well put that I can't quite understand it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not that well put, but it is. You've obviously got extremely intelligent people that write in who really think through stuff. I'm not sure if it's talking about is demons and hell go together in the Bible understanding of hell, or is it just like all this stuff sounds demonic to talk about hell? You know,
yeah, so, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's the whole thing about angels. The devil and his angels are angels, demons, or is it another class? So it is complicated to get into that area. But you know, all I'm pretty sure of is that the gods of the council probably morphed into angels as theology changed.
Yeah,
because the people thought, well, we've got to have a God that's so different, so up there, that we can't ignore these other beings. So they're actually now right down here as messengers, whereas at the time they were just other gods, you know. Alluded to in Genesis. Let us make man in our image. Lots of gods.
Sorry if I don't know how to add to this, Gaddis. Sorry.
Maybe you could do another one saying, is demons and hell, you know, because the classic Dante view is that there's demons with pitchforks and, you know what I mean? I mean, this is like way beyond the Bible, you know, that I think that Satan is meant to be destroyed or tormented or whatever in Gehenna. But the idea that he's like ruling it with a pitchfork and poking it is really medieval. Horrific. I don't know why they were so horrific with ideas of afterlife punishment, but in that era, we just don't have the mindset, most of us in the world now, like this in terms of suffering. So it's bad enough in this life, you know.
It is bad enough, That's
right. Hell on earth. Yeah.
Exactly. Pagan Prince, thank you so much for the super chat. Discuss the dynamics from the 1st to 4th century of Rome, how Theodosius I edicts of pagan beliefs following the Western migration era, how it creates this engine used to convert all of Europe. Thank you for the super chat. Gradually, what you have is a plurality in Rome that is tolerated. All your cults are welcomed and acceptable, including, you know, you can believe what you want, you know. I think inherent in this developing religion that is exclusivistic, it's we have the one true Jesus and salvation is only through our guy and that kind of stuff. Once you put something like that in power, and it starts to gain power, it gets itself, you know, you get Constantine, later on Theodosius I. But once you have institutional backing, before that, you already had the social pressures. These people were willing to go around, and I hate to use the term, but I'm going to be real with you. Some Christians are so delusionally, I want to call them Jesus freaks, right? They're so delusionally driven by the ideology that they don't care what happens to them, and they don't care what happens to you. Their one goal is to save you from hell. They're so fundamentalist in their mindset that they go and coerce others in a social pressure type of situation. I think that happens. And even when you persecute them, it only reiterates their belief system to make them think, nope, this was already said that was going to happen, is we're going to be persecuted. So now they get power, right? Constantine, they're in political power. Theodosius condemns all other cults, shuts down temples, all of these things. You end up with migration, but there's still social pressures, and it only becomes worse once it's legalized and systematized. So it was already happening before they had power. They were still insisting on the social pressures, but then you end up having civil wars that take place as well. And this philosophy ends up filling up the gaps. And I think that's how you end up with this engine that could be used to convert all of Europe. It also puts everyone under one umbrella of faith, between you either go with the invincible son, if you will, or Christianity. And they went with Christianity, it seems. There was a potential pushback by Julian the Apostate, who attempted to try and re-paganize the empire, but he was killed early. And it would have been awesome if we'd have had him live longer and many other people really put their brains together and started criticizing and leaving for all of us those critiques of Christianity with their bright minds. But he gets killed in a battle not long after being emperor, and it ended it. So that's my answer to this question. The dynamic is social pressures. There's probably all sorts of other dynamics that I'm not able to express very well here. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
Well, only sort of picking up from it in the sense that the development of the church that became one of the two reasons, which was quite surprising, actually. Well, one of them isn't, because it's a subject we've talked about, but there was two apparently very, very, and this might be surprising depending on what denomination you're from, but two reasons why the church grew in this period. And one of them was obviously the doctrine of eternal torment by this time, when it became, into the third and fourth century, universalism was dying down. Eternal torment was enough to frighten people to become Christian, but also, surprisingly, it was healing stories, miracles. And so miracle stories that people told, I'm not sure whether they actually saw them, but people would have stories about miracle stories. Come here and you can get healed from this, and a bit like the stories in Acts, he'll raise you up, and my cousin was raised up, and da-da-da.
So you mean like hagiography?
You know how these... Yes. I was surprised that had, so, because if you come from a non-charismatic church and a say a cessationist church like John MacArthur, you're not going to like that. You're going to say, gosh, the church grew for all the wrong reasons, except the hell one. That was a good one. But the idea of healing and miracle stories, even Augustine speaks about miracles and things like that. And it's like, wow, I would never have thought that it was actually passing on stories of healing that got people flocking into your church groups. And hell. So both of them, healing, which is rather bizarre when you think about it. God will punish you for eternity, but he will heal you here. So it's a bizarre thought. If you don't believe you're going to this place, no healing.
That's an interesting point, because I think one of the fathers who's arguing against Celsus brings that up, because Celsus it's after Celsus is dead. Imagine he was alive, he would have had something to say, I'm sure, back to contra Celsum, if you will. But in that piece, his argument against Celsus, who brings up Asclepius and other various pagan gods who were way more miracles than Jesus ever did in his lifetime. We have so many accounts, and there's so much we've lost. But he brings that up, that there were people who claimed they witnessed, they saw Asclepius, that they were healed by him, all these things. And this later Christian, writing almost 100 years after the death of Celsus, says what your very point there. He says, no, we have active living people today who can testify to the power of Christ, and using that as a tool to convince people that this is a living power, this is true, and it's happening now. And that, coupled with the manipulation, I think, that comes with the ideology, probably played a huge role in that.
that reminded me of something else then, but I'll probably move on from that. It's amazing. Okay. You can take tangents from all of this.
Yes.
Into so many paths of fascination. And it makes my mind go, because I'm very similar to you. Go, oh, that reminds me of that.
Yeah.
How much did Dante Inferno? Oh, well, you see, we mentioned this earlier. Yeah. I think Dante's Inferno had an awful lot to do with what I would call Christendom views of hell. I.e., you don't have to be a Christian to get ideas, like pitchforks and Satan or the devil ruling it. That all comes from merged ideas from things like that. But actually, the Apocalypse of Peter, the 2nd century, that is pretty awful as well in terms of its. And it was unbelievable, because at some point it was read in some churches as scripture.
Yeah.
If that people had struggled getting Revelation in, and it's got these 2 horrific verses, or it's got tons of horrific verses. Actually, it's very violent, Book of Revelation. But in terms of the hell thing, just 2. I think the Book of Peter, from my understanding of last reading, is loads of it. And again, there's apparently it's been interpolated, and there's people that discuss. Was an earlier version actually like a universalist, that there's this torment that goes on and then you're saved at the end. So there's sort of debates about the Apocalypse of Peter, how it may have, most things have been tampered with, haven't they? Even Josephus. So I mean, it's like let alone things like the Apocalypse of Peter. But it didn't get in, thank goodness, because if it did, we would be sitting on a horrific book that was similar to probably influencing Dante, which is this question here. But the medieval period is probably the worst for the depictions. I think when we get into the Reformation and upwards, you had some more somber ideas of trying to stick to the Bible rather than outlandish forms of judgment for every sin,
Yeah. So Lara, thank you for that super chat. I don't have anything to add to that. I really appreciate it.
That's a very natural question to ask. Dante's Inferno. Yeah. If anything, just try to go back to the Bible text, because if you're talking about Christianity and people that are holding it, most people are going to go away from Dante's Inferno now, and every right to. It's not scripture to them,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mindwise, thank you for the super chat with the 616 again. Salve, you well past the 2.5 hour mark, or 2.5 mark.
Yeah, we weren't meant to. This has been going. The smoke of our conversation is going up forever and ever. There's no rest day and night, Derek.
Exactly. Any chance to get Dalton, the Bible guy, sometime, if you know him? Gaping for Peggy, rock hard for Doug. Thank you so much for that, Mindwise. Yes, he's coming on, actually, just so that we're clear. He will be on next Wednesday, the 22nd, Mindwise. We will be doing a live stream call-in show with Dalton on Jesus isn't the Messiah. And so, we'll probably be dealing with Hebrew Bible stuff a lot too, to show like what was expected for the Messiah and how that expectation fails, of course. But yeah, stay tuned. Thank you. Steve Watson, 6839. Thank you for the super chat. Folk are catching up with me that apart from some parts of the Hopte brief, I'm not even sure. You ever heard of this?
No. Apart from some parts of the all Christian writings are post Bar Kokhba. Oh, so is this trying to argue that everything is past 134? I think that's the date, isn't it? The Bar Kokhba revolt. Wow. I would, as far as I go at the moment, is the latest book in the Bible would be probably 2 Peter, which was written about that time. Probably 125 maybe.
You're with the standard consensus
I'm with standard, not the Christian conservative consensus by any means. They want everything written in what, AD 40? The whole lot,
Yeah. There are a few scholars who are starting to press those boundaries. M. David Litwa thinks Luke Acts was written roughly anywhere between 130 and 150-ish. Yeah. He might even be willing to go beyond that.
Mark Goodacre's changed. He said that he says that he's pretty convinced on Steve Mason with Josephus, and so therefore he's putting Luke into the early second.
Yep.
But then it's forcing him to put John after Acts for some reason, which might be 115. So it's like, I mean, most people don't put John into the 120s, but we could be going that way. But the thing is, when I read fundamentalists and conservatives, they're trying to push them the other way now. You know, they're trying to get you down to the 40s and get Luke, because Luke doesn't mention the death of Paul, so it must be before AD 67 or something. You know, you've heard the arguments. And of course, if Luke goes back to AD 67, then Mark must be 4. And lo and behold, you know, you've got Matthew writing it before Jesus is even on the cross. That's what it feels like. You know, it's just a minute, Lord, hold it on the cross for a minute. I just need to write this down.
Let me write it down. Yeah.
Let's write it down quick. Whereas they thought, in reality, if the disciples, even if we're going historical with any accuracy, they thought the end of the age was coming very soon. They didn't want to think about learning to read and write and be articulate in Greek before the end of the age. They're just going to go out and tell these stories. You know what I mean? And, you know, they hadn't got the Trinity sorted out, or that took 400 years. You know, they wouldn't be able to answer the questions we're asking, you know?
Yeah, I had to look up that
more
word.
Like Ebionites, to be honest, I think, the disciples.
They probably were. I imagine.
I think they're the forebearers of Ebionites. Yeah,
they would have been much more Jewish type of
Jewish and the law, and that Jesus was the Messiah, but it's to help us keep the law, every jot and tittle, not these Pauline, you know, heretics.
Yeah, and by the way, that I butchered this. Hauptbrief is actually a German word for the core letters of Paul, which is, if you go back to like various scholars in the 19th century into the 20th century have thought about, there were 4 authentic letters of Paul. That Galatians, let me make sure I got this right. Galatians, Romans, and 1st and 2nd Corinthians, and then everything else is pretty much game. So Steve's taking a really late date on everything else. But there is another scholar, Richard C. Miller. Stay tuned. It's a shameless plug. But he argues that all 4 Gospels, when we talk about the Roman-Jewish War, he thinks it's talking about Bar Kokhba, and he thinks he can make a strong case for it. So I'm waiting to see what happens with that. That would be interesting.
I've only heard Bob Price talk about this years and years ago, that, you know, he quoted somebody who's talking about Bar Kokhba. Well, all this stuff we put to 70 AD was actually 1-3. But wow, that was radical. It's too radical for me at the moment. But,
you just have to be persuaded by the evidence.
That's right.
Yeah,
you can't just suddenly jump on the next thing. I think Steve Mason's thing on Josephus is getting somewhere now with a lot of people. It's increasing, isn't it? It's like, oh, wow. I mean, once Mark Goodacre came on board, I'm thinking, okay, we can't be crazy here. You know, so, you know, even though Bart said, oh, he'll go for that.
But Bart is too...
He won't go for it.
He said, I've asked him about it already. Yeah,
I've asked him about it. He said, look, it's not going to change any of my views. I'm just not persuaded by the evidence. But he goes, if it goes that way, okay. You know, so he's willing to say that he might be the last one standing.
He's a knucklehead, in my opinion, when it comes to changing on that.
He'll go kicking and screaming. He wasn't too happy with Robin Faith Walsh kind of ideas either when I talked to him.
Really?
So, not like personally against her, but like, you know, in a sense, she's in the same camp as Mark in terms of that, you know, these are the more abstract ideas, he said, because I was talking about some of the things from her book, and he was saying, well, it could refer to these Roman stories, but that doesn't mean that. I realize now he is conservative, but when you say conservative, he's like the most liberal of liberals from any evangelical I know, obviously.
Of course,
you know, but in the academic world, he's not going to go with these. And I think Robin Faith Walsh's ideas are making a lot of sense to me.
I do too.
Stories, writing, not even necessarily, you know, Christian and oral tradition. I think it's a fascinating thing to really think about, because, you know, it might answer a lot of questions. Rescripting the story, you know, making it, you know, a better version of the Titanic than the original Titanic movie. Let's just change that, change this. This makes sense to me, rather than trying to harmonize contradictions and see it as historically literal in every turn, you know. Let's change the script. And that's anathema to an evangelical, but makes a lot of sense to what we see.
Exactly. Yeah.
To me, it's they're not contradictions in the Bible. They're changing the script. That's what I see. You know what I mean?
Well, I feel like the authors are trying to compete. And when you compete, you might have an alternative account that does contradict. I mean, you don't want this guy to be right. You might write something that's opposite of it. Like Mark makes the disciples look like dimwits. They're idiots.
Totally.
And then Matthew comes along and revives them, makes them look good. Jewish apostles, good. Mark, they don't get it. They never.
Complete dimwits, the messianic secret, everything's being sort of suppressed. Gospel of John throws it out the window, at least in some parts, and goes, "Have I not told you everything quite plainly from the hilltops, mainly?" You know, and I'm thinking, it's like I think of Monty Python. I'm thinking, you go over that mountain, and there's the Jesus that's hiding everything, and you go over this mountain, and he's declaring everything. That mountain is saying, "Only God is good." Are you calling me good? Only God is good. So God's up there, and I'm not God. And then in John, I am. And equating with, you know, making yourself equal with God. So I do think this question of which Jesus in Monty Python, go over there and you'll see that one, and go over here and you see another one.
The last thing I'd say on that is, gosh, there's so many different people who have things that they'd say, like the fact that Bart holds to certain views, right? They say that the only way that the changes happen is when the guild passes away and a new one comes in, you know, but I guess it is interesting to see how he holds to certain ideas, and then the new people come in and he disagrees with them. And so what happened is, online, I get a lot of commenters, especially Christians, who love to use Bart Ehrman as a weapon. And what they do is they quote Bart on a position that disagrees with PhDs I have on a regular, right? And then Richard C. Miller, I interviewed him, and he coined this phrase. He called it argumentum ad Bartum. And it's a fallacy. It's a fallacy that they use Bart as the authority, and he has the answers. And if he says, then you're an idiot if he doesn't agree with you. And I can't disagree with this more. I mean, Bart, and I've interviewed him asking him about the Steve Mason stuff. And I'm like, I don't know how much he really has looked into it.
Right.
Like,
yes.
Really? Because if you look, I don't see how you can deny it. And that's what me and Mark Goodacre talked about in private and on a stream. I'm like, man, this is so good. And Goodacre's like, nobody can read this and honestly read what Mason's saying and not walk out and go, you know what? Like, either I'm not sure, but I think he's right, or he's right. You can't walk out of there going, not convinced, and honestly have dissected his work and what cases he's made and really thought through what he's saying. I don't see how that's even possible, in my opinion.
I think it's a little bit like, you get this in science as well. Like when you look at the history of plate tectonics and continental drift before it became plate tectonics, you had all these people resisting in the academic world. You know, I need more evidence. And so they don't get it. So then they find more evidence. And then you get people then slowly moving over, but you get the stalwarts saying, you know, David Attenborough, some famous person here, when he was a student, he says, you know, but what about this thing about continental drift and plate tectonics? He says, pure moon sign, my boy. And this was an academic. And of course, now it is the consensus, because everyone certainly comes over, and it looks like Bart is one of those later ones before you come over. That's if we do go that way. He's going to always be the last one, whereas Mark Goodacre and Robin Faith Walsh will be in the door.
Of course, but they're going to be dinosaurs too. They're going to be dinosaurs.
They're going to be dinosaurs. They're going to say, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they're going to be the conservatives in 40 years, 30 years from now. And then, but I will say this: Bart has changed his mind on things. He used to not think that the tomb was a legend.
No, when you said that he's not conservative on that anymore. He's now the tomb is
a legend.
A legend. And not one of the 5 minimal facts, you know.
Right.
And so, he changed, and I believe he changed on hell as well, because if you go back to the debate with Michael Brown, he was trying to argue against Michael Brown based on the eternal torment in the Book of Revelation. But in his book, he completely says what I say from my research, and what Richard Borkin would say and what others say. It looks like it was a subject. So it seems to me you can be a brilliant scholar, but if you don't focus on a specific subject, you may need to learn a lot. And so, you know, in all of these areas, I felt I'd noticed that he'd changed. And when I see him next, if I do, I'll ask him that. I said, did you actually change like in the last 5 years on this? You know, because you can just not, I'll leave that to my friends. They're looking at that. I'm looking at this, you know, and the more specialist detail you get, you actually get further away from perhaps being aware of all of this. You know what I mean? But if you step back and you're aware of all of it, then you can't really be a specialist, because you're sort of generalist. And so I find that on your show, you put them all together. So I want to hear what Bart says, what Bob says for that matter, and what Mark Goodacre says, and Robin, and then someone who'd say, well, I've challenged that. because all I can do as a researcher and you is simply try to assess the experts.
That's it.
You know what I mean? And then you say, you know, what they're experts because they spend their lives doing this, and some of them are specialists in this area. But who's the guy that does the Gospel of John? He's brilliant, I think.
Oh, Hugo Mendes. Yeah,
brilliant.
I love that guy.
His insights on the Gospel of John have been amazing, and I wonder if he would fall out with Mark Goodacre, or whether because they work together, don't they? Or they have done.
They disagree. I mean, one's from Duke University, the other's from Chapel Hill, but they disagree on some details, but they are overwhelmingly aligned in many ways.
Right.
But even on John, they don't see eye to eye on a lot of things in the same exact way. And I find that fascinating.
Yeah. I think,
by the way, he would debate Bart all the time. He told me in the office, because he was in his office for like, I don't know, 5-10 years. They would debate all the freaking time, him and Bart. He thought Bart was conservative too, but he's not going to go and make at the final speech of Bart saying that. Goodacre says it.
He says it. No, I know that Hugo Bart had Hugo on talking about the Gospel of John, and there was some slight tension on the you know, that the end of John.
The John 21, the last
John
chapter.
21, and Bart had a different view than Hugo, I'm pretty sure. And then Bart was going, but how can you know, almost like it was almost like Hugo was sounding like some fundamentalist, and Bart was saying what, and then when he explained himself, it sort of made a bit more sense. But it was definitely a different take to Bart.
It's
and
probably
I thought, wow,
the beloved disciple thing,
because
Bart probably takes the traditional view. That is that whoever this author is remembering that a elder named probably John, who was this beloved, or whoever the beloved was, passed away. And there was a prophecy. Jesus said, some standing here will not taste death. So you see, you know, the Son of Man coming with his power and glory and all that. So John is documenting that guy's death and now has to explain it. So he has Jesus say, listen, he doesn't say that he says, if it be my will that he remain until I come, what is that to you? Talking about the beloved disciple, which fixes the earlier failed prophecy of Jesus. What Hugo Mendes said is that it's actually dealing with a whole nother question of death in general. And it's not talking about some guy outside of the gospel tradition. There's an internal dialogue going on, and it's pretty complex because Hugo's not alone in this. There's another scholar who agrees with Hugo on this, and he's well known. He's a Yale professor, maybe retired now. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. He wrote the hermeneutic commentary on Hebrews, and I can't think of it. But anyway, yeah, there's all sorts of dispute, but they're recently thinking that the beloved disciple is a fictional invented character, that he never really existed.
Inserted into the story.
Yes, he's a character plot.
Yeah. That's actually quite an old view. I think I heard that years and years and years. When I was at college, I heard someone say, and even, you know, people have said beloved disciples Mary Magdalene or Lazarus, and even some people think it's a fictional character. I heard this years ago. So it must be there. And Bart doesn't, does he? He thinks doesn't one of them think that it's actually a deliberate, it's been deliberately set up to make you think it's John Zebedee, but it's a forgery kind of approach. I thought Hugo took a view like that.
Hugo,
but maybe it's not him. No, he invented. Okay. So there are people that think that it's an indirect way, very subtle way of, you know, leading to the traditional view of John, but it's actually the author who isn't that person, but he's trying to set it up to make you think it is. A bit like some people argue with Acts, trying to set you up to think it's Luke, you know, and then he was there, but actually it's somebody in the 2nd century who's doing this.
That's Bart's view. Bart's view, not that it's 2nd century, but he wrote in his counter forgery. That he thinks the we passages are they're a deception tool meant to make you, the reader, believe that this is really someone who was there when they weren't. And he gives several examples throughout Christian literature to show why they did that. They would invent fake witnesses as if they were really there, but they weren't.
He says the same about, and others do as well, in the pastorals when it says, whichever one it is, where it says, "Oh, don't forget my cloak and the parchments," which we don't really find in much other literature. But that he was saying that, I think it was him anyway, that was saying that this kind of thing is exactly what you would do to try and make it more personable. So rather than saying, see how why would anyone say that, someone might say, because, you know, just don't forget my cloak. But that's exactly what a forger would do. You want to get in there a bit, you know, and say, whereas normally you probably wouldn't say that because it isn't said much elsewhere. But it says, oh, don't forget my cloak and the parchments. And you're thinking, is that protesting a little too much? You know?
Second Peter.
When other forgeries have a similar thing, by the way, you know.
Right.
And so the more detailed you get, you actually start to worry that it's more forgery, not trying to do what they're trying to do, which is make you think it's just an offhand remark of historicity. Fascinating stuff.
The second Peter one, that, you know, that's a big one. We were eyewitnesses of his glory, you know, and all that on the mountain. That invented eyewitness account. Pagan Prince is back with another super chat. Could it not be a stretch? Those dynamics still play a role today. Talking about the social pressures and what took place under Theodosius and all that, diluted and forgotten about, blindly followed, making a video about it. Interesting. Well, I don't know about the miracle part, how common that is. It does work in the Catholic Church. They always bring up modern miracles. A lot of Catholics online that I see who do apologetics, they bring up like, you know, the miracle of the sun, all sorts of different examples to say it's
Mary.
Yeah, they do that a lot today. So I think there are dynamics of that still at role today. But even the social pressures and the assumption that they are the ones persecuted when they're the ones in power, overwhelmingly, at least in the United States, there is a huge disproportion of power that is in the hands of Christians right now. And but they are the ones who are the most persecuted. And it's like, you know, I do think that there are some social pressures that play a role, the same way they may have played a role back then. And we're seeing changes now in our modern situation in some countries. It may not be the case in other countries. I don't know. But I see the same kind of playbook in Islam. You know, it's not just Christianity. I mean, I see Islam also has done things like this as well historically. What are your thoughts? Do you have anything you want to add to that? I'm looking for Canada Moss's book, The Myth of Persecution.
Myth of Persecution. Yeah.
No. I don't know. It's
the Myth of Persecution. That was fascinating. I haven't read the book, but I've read about it and some bits from it. This idea that you know, almost to the point where some people were trying to have a template for martyrdom, you know, to fulfill the template, you know, over here, get you know, rather than this was done en masse, you know. And even down to Polycarp's martyrdom and things, that these things are becoming, from my loose understanding of looking into it, sort of like almost trope martyrdoms. Something that we don't have today in the church, really, so much, the martyrdom spirit, you know.
We don't.
Now we just have Trump as Jesus now.
That's it.
You saw the recent thing, yeah? You saw that, yeah?
I did a video on it. It was hilarious.
Well, it was hilarious for me when he said, no, that's just fake news. I'm a doctor. I thought, this is unbelievable. It's so obvious that the MAGA right Christians have been Messiah figuring him for 10 years. You even had Paula White at Easter saying, you have just repatterned the whole Jesus story. I mean, it's obvious it's going to go to his head and he's going to go flip. I don't think he was saying he was Jesus. I think he's just saying, look, I am a savior to people.
Yeah.
I think I really am now, you know, but to say he's a doctor. I mean,
that's such horseshit, dude. That is such
I think everybody,
shit.
even the Republican worshippers of him are seeing through that one.
Yeah, a lot of them are waking up, I think, from it and going, hold on, am I been tricked this whole time? Because your dude is now being equated with Jesus. My God. Next super chat. Gaddis, thank you again. Yes, more of a recent age. Demons would be a suffering inducing entity. But don't worry because they only live in hell, but keep being scared of hell. I'm not scared of hell. Not anymore.
It takes a while though to get that out of the system, because you can have that. I used to call it the 4 o'clock morning. The 4 o'clock in the morning wake, you can go through with your certainties or feelings of what you understand about stuff, and you wake up in a different kind of mood at 4 o'clock in the morning, and you go, what if I'm totally wrong? What if I've gone the wrong path and it's all real in some way? And then you wake up, go back to sleep, wake up in the morning and nana. But it's just those moments. And it's maybe Christians have moments like that. As a Christian, I had moments like that at 4 o'clock, but the other way around. I would be like staunch believing evangelical, but wake up and go, what if none of it's true? And then oh, okay, sorry, of course it is, and so I have to slap my face back into it. It's like, so I've been on both sides of that 4 o'clock feeling, so it doesn't matter. You can't win either way.
Either way.
I don't know if you had doubts like that as an evangelical, whether you suddenly in the middle of the night thought, is any of this true? Just a little moment of,
I had doubts, but bro, I was completely
I was certain.
Yeah. I mean, I had doubts about
except for those doubts now and again. Yeah.
I just never. My experience was so profound when I went through becoming a Christian that I somehow tied the experience to the idea, and thought, can't deny that. But doubts about things, maybe, because I
not the whole thing.
Not the whole thing.
No thing. I mean, I wouldn't have generally. It's that when I say the 4 o'clock thing, it's because your mental state is slightly different. You just wake up thinking, really? And then it's gone. You're back to normal when it comes back. But I had it. That was as a Christian thinking not be true, and then as a non-Christian agnostic, it's like I have those same moments the other way.
Like what if I'm wrong and they're right?
Yeah, but what if I'm wrong? But then I think, like I've heard people say, you need to become a Christian again. I'm saying, well, I might become a staunch Catholic then. Oh, you can't do that. You'll never be saved anyway.
Yeah, it's like what the hell?
Some Catholics will say, but you need to, like Trent, whatever. You need to come into the Catholic fold. Then you wouldn't lose your faith. You know Trent, don't you? The YouTube
I know.
guy. Trent, and I think what was the apologist that moved over to become a Catholic? Oh gosh, a Capturing Christianity.
Cameron Bertuzzi.
Cameron. So I'm sure I've seen him move from one to the other over the last 5 years.
He's one of the guys who is staunchly arguing modern miracles with going in line with that last guy's. Yeah, he's big on
and that. Goes back to your other listeners or watchers' question about that led me to talk about miracles was the thing back in the day. Miracles and hell got people involved. And of course, if you become a Catholic, you will get into the things of the statue of Mary crying. And all of this is now it's the Turin Shroud. Everywhere's the Turin Shroud is now real. Dan McCann comes on and points out it's not. And, but now the Turin Shroud was, really, it was never real, even in my evangelical church. It was always like a Catholic thing,
of course,
and they went for it. Now you get people like, oh, who's that guy that
Gary Habermas? Other people do.
No, who's the guy that Dan McClellan's criticizing a lot? He's a very he's a very scholarly guy, but he's fundamentalist, and he's like totally into Turin Shroud now. I have the name's gone, but you would have come across him. But I've noticed now. The Turin Shroud is now in, it's now original, and
that's such horse. That's horse shit.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I listen to the archaeology channel as well. I think it's called Bible and Archaeology with brilliant guy.
Robert Cargill.
Yeah. Fantastic. He is. I listened to him years ago. He is amazing. And he was talking about it and just sort of putting it in its place. And it's similar things to Dan McClellan. And I'm just thinking, what is it that's lifted this now into evangelicalism? Because it didn't used to be. And you're probably picking it out if you're doing a video.
Yeah, I don't cover that. There was a guy named Jeremiah Johnson. I don't know.
That's him. That's the guy, Jeremiah Johnson.
Okay.
Yeah,
so I'm doing a hit piece debunk on him on Sean Ryan's show. And I'm going through like meticulously. I'm being very balanced and fair.
Yes.
But this is my first go around with him. So I've already tried to do this with Wes Huff. That's why I do hard hits on him now. But Jeremiah, I might turn up the volume a little bit on him and start coming in harder because these guys are bullshit artists. They know how to work a room. They know how to convince. They have what the ancient dialogues that go on between Socrates and the various sophists. They are rhetoricians who know how to sell you something using rhetoric.
Yeah.
And yet they themselves are not really giving you truth. And I think that's unfortunate. So I'm coming in with the Shroud of Turin episode. I'm breaking it down. He did a long, very viral video with Sean Ryan. It's going to be a 3-part debunk video for me for like 45, 50 minutes each. It's going to be exhausting. Pretty
You realize that Jeremiah Johnson was all behind this whole discovery of this most ancient Yahweh discovery on this little tiny speck of a thing that was found. I think it was called the Mount Ebal thing.
Yep.
Robert Carl did it, and he was really behind that with the guy that did it, and he was thinking this is real. And when that came out, and most scholars, nearly everybody in the critical realm, said it's nonsense, he's just dropped that completely. And yet he was speaking confidently about it as the way you've just spoken about. He's speaking about during Shout.
Yep.
And it's like, it just shows you that if he just did that and now he's dropped it, he hasn't, I haven't seen a video to say all that stuff I talked about the Mount Ebal thing, I'm sorry, but I was wrong.
Yeah.
They don't do that. They just
don't.
drop it. Same with the Mark fragment. You know, when all that happened.
Yep.
They found this ancient first century
early
Mark,
first century Mark. Like,
Mark.
what?
And that famous guy that Bart Ehrman debated brought it up in his debate. And Bart said, I don't know about this. And he goes, well, it hasn't come out yet. And when it came out, it turned out to be 2nd century or something.
Oh, what horse.
Evangelicals were jumping around already saying, we have found a 1st century. And the funny thing about it is that, isn't it funny that when there's nothing found, people are saying, fine, the Bible is absolutely fine, pristine, accurate. When they find something, they jump on it as if we needed it.
Yeah,
they do
need any bit of evidence to support their claims.
That's right. So I thought you didn't need it, you know, and it's like, we found 1st century. So we never, it's like finding the missing link in an evolutionary idea, you know. And so, of course, when everyone was found, it was like, young earthers criticize scientists for that because they say, look how excited they are about the next thing. Yeah, but it's just another little gap filler of loads that are already there. But they're saying they really need it. So they use the same argument. But I've seen it in every time they discover something. We've got the oldest Yahweh. That means that the temple Solomon built was real and it was there. And you know what I mean? And suddenly, and then it turns out that they're making nonsense of this thing that looks like, I mean, even the only credit I can give to Michael Jones was that he did a debunking thing with his buddy on that straight away. He said it's nonsense. They both said it was nonsense. And I thought that's the only thing I thought I've given them credit for because I don't like them. I think that they're apologists basically, you know.
Yeah. I'm friends with Michael now. I mean, we've slowed down on coming after each other's videos. We got really dirty for a while there, but we're cool now. Mike, Mindwise, thank you for the super chat. I'm in the Celsus camp for Celsus fight. Thank you so much, Mindwise. I know my buddy.
What does that mean?
So the way to pronounce the name, you can like Caesar, or is it Kaiser? Some prefer to say Kaiser instead of Caesar. So Celsus or Celsus. The C and the K pronunciation can be, depending on who wants to pronounce it, there's different pronunciations. Pat, thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, it's funny. The more you read, the more you can't unsee. Absolutely, Pat. I am a 1983. Thank you so much for the super chat. The Bible fits better in 18th century or 18th dynasty, Egypt, than in Israel. The whole Solomon line looks like recycle Ahimotep the third family drama with the grand palace. They don't fit. I think they mean fit. I'm not sure. There are people who think there's some kind of Egyptian, I believe if it's Egyptian, overlap with what's going on in the Solomon story. I don't know if they're thinking they're drawing it back from the 18th dynasty or if they're just taking contemporaneous Egyptian pharaohs and whatnot, and they're using them in the story of Solomon. You may not have heard this, but I could be wrong if it's Egyptian. It might be just like Shalmaneser and various other kings that they think are actually being used to craft the story of Solomon. I need to look into this, though. I don't know much about this, to be honest with you.
It's similar to the idea that the Exodus could be drawing from the Hyksos story and twisted about a bit from later Jewish thought.
Exactly.
Because you've got that all over Egyptian archaeology and stuff, and it's a clear story, and then nothing about the Exodus whatsoever, unless you're some fundamentalist who's trying to dig chariot wheels out of the Red Sea.
They said find, not fit. Just so they mean the grand palace they don't find. Gotcha. Yeah. So I do think the fictional
Solomon temple they can't find, you mean? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. There could be more discovery. It's a good thing for a PhD to look into this, isn't it? You know.
Yeah. I think Egypt is, people sleep on Egypt more than they should. because we're quick to just go to like Semitic languages and look for Canaanite and Mesopotamian stuff. And sure, I get it. But I think Egypt, I guarantee you Egypt has more influence than what a lot of scholars may identify going on within the Bible. I mean, we even have like 7th century seals and stuff. They have like all sorts of Egyptian iconography on those seals and things that are locally used in the region. And I imagine more influence is going on from that direction. But your point here with the 18th dynasty, I would like to go back and see, is there any scholarship that has noticed this? And if not, can we line them up and look? Because I know that they do try to line Solomon up with Shalmaneser III. And this is Russell Gamirkin. He does this because all of those chariots and the amount of wives and all this stuff, there's a king called Shalmaneser who actually had like all of these gold chariots and all of these things. We have no archaeological evidence backing any of this being something that comes from Solomon and the Davidic line or whatever back in this time. But we do know that the ancient kings, I believe of Assyria, I believe Shalmaneser III was a Syrian king, an Assyrian king. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. So the 18th dynasty, I mean, have you heard? It made me think of the fundamentalist conservative. Some people are want to change the whole Egyptian timeline in order to fit the Bible.
Yep.
And I think I forget the names behind that now, because they're saying nothing really fits. So if we shift it all along or shift it all down, we might be able to line up some things, which I think, I'm not sure what Egyptologists would actually say. Oh yeah, maybe there's some problems, so we need to shift it. But I mean, it seems to me, knowing nothing much about that specialist area, but I'm sure you must have come across it, that they want to just shift everything by 200 years to fit. Otherwise it's like we must be drawing from ancient Egyptian stories and then making our own version a lot later. And also they need to try and find somewhere where the Exodus can happen, and it can't happen, it seems, at the moment.
No
in any of the dates they're struggling.
That's because angels came down and vacuumed up the evidence.
Vacuum, that is a Robert Price thing.
Yes,
absolutely, vacuum it up. And it's like now Michael Jones, here's the thing of why someone like Michael Jones is not a critical scholar. He made a video arguing for the early date,
and
then when he met his friend, he said it's all nonsense, and now I'm making an argument for the later date.
Well, he got mocked. He got mocked by the guy, the Egyptologist guy.
Yeah. And yet he was dead serious about his arguments, which shows you that's the nature of his argumentation. That's what it shows me, because he did arguments against contradictions. He did a whole thing when he started out about trying to sort contradictions out. And then a lot later, he then reads scholars that say, look, we shouldn't be approaching it this way. There are different ways of the gospel writers were sort of taking this and changing this. And then he quoted something that was like, well, that kind of undermines a lot of your trying to blend them and harmonize. So this is what apologists do. And it fits with the people who are trying to change the Egyptian dynasty timeline as well. So trying to make it the 18th, they'll probably shift it down 200 years.
Yeah, they got to force it to make it fit. Thank you so much for that. And Chris,
rather than any accepting the Bible could be wrong,
Right.
The wages of sin is death. Well, that's a nice conditionalist stand up.
Right? Here we are.
Yeah, that's right.
Back to the topic.
That's back to the top, because the soul is not deathless and exempt from it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. The wages of sin is death.
Sin is death. It's funny, isn't it? Because the conditionalist says all along, it's right there in plain view. But the tradition has gone, but death means you've got an eternal immortal soul behind the scenes. So it's not death. They're preserved from it, but this death is kind of a tormenting living one. Okay, so whatever happened to the literalist,
honestly,
whether it's this death or the second death, encourage the people to go and listen to part 1 and part 2.
Yes,
here I'm pointing as if it's going to help anybody in the audience. I'm going, it's there.
Go. I pinned it in the comment section. This is honestly Andrew's podcast. You have to go check out if you don't want eternal death. Okay, you will go and you will join his podcast, and then if you want to make sure you have a mansion, you will subscribe to his YouTube channel.
Diversity.
Now, go ahead.
Oh, I'll just say 2 things. One, on the podcast, it was born out of a physical, like we met up in the City of London in the middle, so people could come from all around, and we had discussions of just like the podcast discussions. So that was 10-12 years ago now, so about 3 years in, 8 years ago we started the podcast, and it's done everything from philosophical arguments about Christianity. It's kind of counter apologetics really through and through, based on an original podcast called Reasonable Doubts that was before us, and we were so influenced by that we wanted to do something similar. But we've covered all sorts of things like young earth creationism, evolution and faith, the council of the gods. We've done open theism, we've done ones on hell, not universalism yet. We've done ones on did God Yahweh talk about, did he command child sacrifice in the original laws in Exodus? We've done, if you just look through the virgin birth stuff for Christmas and whatever. Here's the Kirk Cameron controversy, the beginning of the hell one we did. I'm not sure if you can go down and scroll even further on that list. Does it say more?
To load more.
Yeah, because we go back, we're up to nearly 100 now. And so most of them are three of us. There's 3 hosts, Francis, Ed, and myself, and we do one a month, and we sort of put some work in depending on what it is. Oh, my favorite one ever that I have personally enjoyed is the Mormonism one. I did a deep dive into Mormonism. It was absolutely, I was so drawn in. The origins of Mormonism is so fascinating, and it gave me an insight to how evangelical apologists work, because when I've got no axe to grind at all, because I knew nothing about it, and I don't have an axe to grind anyway, but I looked into Mormonism and I thought, oh my gosh, there's apologists, there's Michael Jones Mormon apologists type people, and it's like they're doing things that I can see through within seconds, that it makes me question easily evangelical apologists, because they're doing the same thing but to defend a very different form of faith in many ways. So that was my personal favorite to research, was Mormonism, actually, out of everything we've done.
I enjoyed that topic too when I got into it.
Oh, it's such a fascinating story.
It is.
And Mormonism has so many people that have a powerful connection in their experience to God. They're very devotional. They know the Book of Mormon is the word of God, despite, it doesn't matter what archaeological evidence, that it's a forgery in the 19th century, that it was ripping off the King James Bible, and it was doing all this. They will say, look, I know in my heart, I've seen people say it, I know in my heart that it's the word of God. And Joseph Smith was the man of God to write it. And I'm thinking that just shows me how Christianity can be wrong then, because if this group can be so sure, and I've got friends that will say, oh yeah, they're just demonically deceived. And I'm thinking, well, how would you really know you're not, you know?
Yeah.
And so, you know, why do you get the pass and they don't? You laugh at their archaeological problems and stuff. To me, it was so obvious that the Book of Mormon was a forgery. I didn't even need much persuading, but I was just fascinated by the belief of trying to pretend that it isn't.
You watch Netflix?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So you have to go watch the show on Netflix right now. It's called it's an FLDS total fundamentalist show right now, where they put out a documentary. The lady went to where you remember the guy who was like hundreds of wives, and like they caught him doing stuff with underage girls, got arrested.
I think I may have started watching this.
Okay.
Sorry. The other day I started watching stuff, and there was a guy, and now it's a new guy that almost covered.
It's a new guy. Yes.
New guy. And I got 10 minutes in, and I thought, right, I'm going to log that and watch it.
You need to keep going. I'm on episode 3, and I'm like, what the? I mean, it shows you, to me, how quickly a person, random nobody, a dork in the community, literally can become a god in the eyes of people. And it's in no time, how many gods, if I could use the scare quotes, how many gods have come and gone that we don't have any evidence of? We have no archaeological evidence of. So many gods have come and gone, meaning humans who have been deified by their communities, believed that they had powers, that they were important, that they had, like, it's unbelievable to me.
And it's made me think, when all of these things happen, it's made me think back to the origin, because when you're an evangelical, you think, all of this happens, it's the devil, but here we've got the pristine one. But I thought, hang around, that could show you why and how Jesus could have been embellished, or he could have even thought himself to be in communication with God. And how do we know about the lifestyles of the disciples? When I did the Mormonism thing, we've got records of the incredible immoral lives of all of these leaders.
Yep.
Because there's so many evidences, like contrary court cases, this, that, and the other. What, because we're so far away from the disciples, how do we know the disciples themselves didn't have just as messed up lives as these Mormon leaders?
Bingo. Thank you for being one of the few people who's ever said that on my channel, because we assume
that they're just amazing.
And by the way, they had no motives, to lie or to possibly steal the body, or if we take that to me is such bullshit to me. There's so many reasons, but look, I got one more super chat, and then certainly. Andrew, we have
to continue this like part 2.
We have
to move into another. Yes.
You're too much fun. You're too much fun. And I love talking with you, and you and me vibe.
Yeah.
Hopefully
we're very similar. We overlap.
Hopefully we can get the audio.
We'll try and sort it. I've heard you brilliantly since you've done that. The echo is so low, I've even not noticed it.
I'm trying not to. So thank you again for the super chat. Really appreciate it. They have no idea. To understand this, you have to be particularly knowledgeable about Egypt, mythology, astrology, and the Bible. Everything has to be done in a completely different way. So I think they're referring to a lot of the scholars, and I agree with this sentiment. A lot of the scholars aren't experts that are looking to Egypt for those overlaps. A lot of them specialize in the ancient Near East, but not Egypt. I interviewed one of the leading scholars in the world right now on the book of Genesis, David M. Carr, and I asked him, why don't scholars in your field look to the Greek myths more? And he said, honestly, we're not trained to look at Greek mythology and compare it and parallel it to the Bible. So I have some scholars who are coming on the next Friday. I'm recording with them. It won't be live. Jan Kozlowski, and the guy with him is Polizek. I'm going to get his name properly when I have him on. Both of them are arguing that Genesis, the Garden of Eden story, in its final form we have now, is engaging with Homer, the Greek Homer. So I just think he's right. David M. Carr's point is that we're not trained to look at that. A lot of these Bible scholars aren't trained to look at Egypt for that. And get this, a lot of the Bible scholars, I don't know if I should call a lot of them that, they're evangelicals a lot of times that are experts on Egypt, are usually very devout evangelical style Christians who get a PhD in Egyptology, but they don't want to connect it to the Bible because they want to find differences and not find any.
They want to find differences, not the similarities.
Exactly.
Yeah. Including the origins of monotheism, or at least henotheism. With the who was the guy in Egypt that had the first? There's multiple gods, but you must worship this one only.
Akhenaten.
Yeah, that's it. People can't prove the link, but there are scholars definitely that I've read that say there's something potentially could be linking these two, between Yahweh ultimately coming to be a henotheistic, i.e. you must worship me, but not those others.
Yeah.
Not that there's no others. That came later.
Absolutely.
Later they died off, it seems, somehow. All became angels. But that's going back to Egypt, and that's a link to go, the first idea of worshiping just one God and not everybody is seems to have been at that guy.
I think so.
Something might be discovered to really make the link,
Well, Kara Cooney, who I just I used her book. If you're looking for an Egyptologist, friend of mine, and we have a course with her on mvp-courses.com. If you like to support what we're doing, my wife runs that, Ryan. And
oh wow!
And look, the Good King. She wrote this book, Kara Cooney. She covers Akhenaten in this book, but she has a course with us. We talk about Genesis creation in Egypt. Sorry, I'm setting my book back up so I can talk to you. She argues that there's a debate in Egyptology circles about whether or not he was henotheist or really a monotheist, and she's of the persuasion that is strict monotheism didn't exist no matter what you do, but she does think he was a worship only one God believer, and him and his wife, of course, pushed this idea, him specifically, that there's only one God, the Aten, and that is it. So he is, in her best estimation, is a monotheist, and she thinks that influenced later biblical portrayals. She is,
Right.
persuaded of it. So
I wonder
anyway,
what Francesca Stavrakopoulos would think of that as well, because she's pretty good on this area.
yeah, she's not an Egyptologist, so
No,
I
that's
don't
true.
know.
Yeah.
I don't know what she would take. Obviously, her book God and Anatomy, which is hanging out on my
Yes,
desk.
I've got that. I know. I got that in audio.
I love this book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. God has a penis.
That blew my freaking mind. Anyway.
That would be the worst backlash you'd get on the subject. Everything else is fine, but God having a penis that draws the line.
Look, and he's hung. Anyway.
Yeah, that shows me that there's a passage in the Old Testament that says, I think, lift up your skirt and show me all your glory.
Yeah.
Because it's like the train, it makes it a bit more like, whoa. Because she does touch into similar things like that, doesn't she? So it's like
she does. All the body parts. And then she gives a dissection or a eulogy at the end of God, and he's died. And she said, we're looking at God's body. I freaking love this book. At the end, she said, God's dead. We didn't kill him. You believers did. When you made him when you de-anthropomorphized him and made him into an abstract being, you killed God.
All-knowing, omniscient, Greek, Platonic.
You killed him. Yep.
Yeah. Interesting.
She said you killed him. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting insight to look back to the Genesis story of God walking in the garden, which when I was young taught it was just a big metaphor for the Platonic God of all-knowing, every present, but actually a God that comes along and walks in the garden with a body and then says, where are you? It has a different nuance altogether. Wow.
Yeah.
Even
the language of Noah, when Noah does the burnt offering after the flood, it says God through his nostrils smell the barbecue, the burnt offering, and his heart was softened. I don't know about you, but I've had some rough days working outdoors, and I'd come in at night and the stew or the something's cooking, and my whole mood would change just from the scent of that meal when I was starving because I hadn't ate all day and I worked hard in the sun. So the fact that God's heart would change and him repent for what he just did because there's a barbecue on the grill, that to me blows my mind. I mean, it's obviously found in the earlier mythologies as well. You get this with Enlil and Utnapishtim, and Utnapishtim cooks up a grill, and then Enlil changes he was angry. He goes, who told Enki, Ea, depending on the version. I know you told people you broke the vow, all that, but he didn't because he told it to a wall, and Utnapishtim overheard him speaking to a wall. But anyway, that's a whole nother rabbit trail. But the fact that God smells burnt offerings and changes his mind through his nose
and breathes into Adam to create the body.
Exactly.
If you're going to take, we've all made metaphors of everything, but it depends what the authors would have thought or meant, presumably. And then also, what's the passage where he says, if you don't look at my face, but you can see my behind, and you know what I mean? It's like, what is any of this doing in the Bible with the ethereal God of Platonic God philosophy of God is spirit and everywhere, there's no body except Jesus, strangely up there somewhere. Which is bizarre. But you're right, we've missed. I totally get her point. You've killed God because he's presented this way. He changes his mind. He doesn't know stuff. No wonder open theism has got a door in theology, because it's actually looking at those passages and taking them a bit more seriously. But I think it's like God is more of a superhuman at these points rather than what became. I really do think he didn't seem to know stuff, even with Abraham.
Oh yeah.
I now I know. Well, I thought you would have known anyway. Why do you put him through it?
Exactly. It's called an autopsy. She starts it. The Bible is bunkum. It's God is dead. At least that's what myriad thinkers and writers have told us. Since the Enlightenment, prominent Western intellectuals have not only rendered the biblical God lifeless, but reduced him to a mere phantom, conjured by the human imagination. And yet the God of the Bible looks nothing like the deity dissected and dismissed by modern atheism. The God killed off by the rationalist intellectuals of Western philosophy and science is not to be found in the Bible. Their dead deity is a post-biblical hybrid being, a disembodied, science-free, artificial intelligence assembled over the course of 2,000 years from selected scraps of ancient Jewish mysticism, Greek philosophy, Christian doctrine, Protestant iconoclasm, and European colonialism. In the contemporary age, this composite being has become a god who forgot to create dinosaurs and failed to account for evolution, a god who allows cancer to kill children but hates abortion, a god who is everywhere and sees everything but remains absent and says nothing. But the modern God of the West and the ancient God of the Bible are very different beings. If it were the corpse of the biblical God laid out on a slab before us, what would we see? She says, a supersized human-shaped body with male features and shining, rubby red skin tinged with the smell of rain clouds and incense. His broad legs suggest he was accustomed not only to striding, leaping, and marching, but sitting and standing resolutely stiff, posing like a ceremonial statue. His biceps bulge. His forearms are hard as iron. There are faint indentations around his big toes, left by thonged sandals. Beneath his toenails are traces of human blood, as though he had been trampling on broken bodies, while the remnants of dude, this is vivid. She's so good with words. I freaking died loving. This book is just so good.
It is good.
So good.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it? To think that means that the God you and I believed in the church, that we were certain about and convicted of and knew, was bunkum compared with the God of portrayal of the God that's certainly presented in the Hebrew Bible.
No doubt.
I can't remember what she was saying of how it went, because the New Testament does seem to have this more a different kind of view of God behind everything. But I'm not sure what she would say about that. But
she talks a lot about it, and she does get into.
I can't remember. Yeah,
because she thinks there's a lot of euphemisms in the Hebrew Bible, and then when you get to the New Testament, you find some things that seem euphemistic. She thinks, but like there's a lot there. She does think there's starting to be a change, because post Plato, she talks about this in Xenophanes and others. Like Xenophanes, he's the famous one who said that if donkeys could make, or if horses could make images of their gods, if dogs could make images of their gods, if any animal could make an image of a god, the god would look like a donkey, the god would look like a horse. It would look like what they are. And Xenophanes' point was that God is not anthropomorphic, and these are the Greeks that are coming in with this idea. They're at least popularizing it. Maybe there was already a concept in Persia that they're borrowing these ideas from, but the pre-Socratics are already saying God is like no emotion, passion is not in God's nature. So once you read the
impassibility of God classically,
exactly. So it's fascinating to see the evolution of God, you know?
Oh, definitely. I mean, he's as angry as you can get half the time in the Old Testament. You know, like, I'm going to go through, I won't walk with you. I'm going to send an angel, because if I go, I might consume you in my anger. I mean, this is very different from, what do you mean? He's actually doing some self-help. I'm not going to go with you in case, you know, and then the image of God, after decades and hundreds of years of people writing all kinds of volumes on it, could have been, we just look like him.
That's
head,
the problem.
2 arms, you know, we look like God because we've probably made God in our image, but we turn it round and say that he made Adam in his image. And an image just means the physical look, which is like a total shock. I would never heard of anything like that when I was at church. The image of God was like, I don't know, was it anything other than image?
Yeah,
like
it was more like your nature, your knowing how to be moral and ethical and all that. And it's like, no, dude, if you read 2 or 3 chapters later, it describes the son of Adam being made in his identical image. Yeah. It's the same
Can you
thing.
imagine it saying, oh, well, that's the eternal things of God and the way? And no, it's just he looks like his father.
It looks like his dad.
God. Yeah, that's right. And it's like, and then it ties into all the other bodily presentations, even in the garden, and then Moses, and then the camp at Sodom and Gomorrah, you know, if 1 of 3 maybe. We are talking something that you never hear when I was in church. Never heard about this, really. Never really, you know. I remember my daughter once, or Gehenna, who you know, she was very young, and she was reading a passage of the Bible. She said, it's almost as if God was there, she told me. And I said, yeah, it does look like it, doesn't it? She was just reading the passage. It's like, she knows at church you can't see him, and yet she's reading the passage that goes, it looks like he was right there.
Like he's walking.
What, you mean like a person who you can see? Yeah, exactly. When it says God said, it's not like it's some mysterious voice or it's in my mind. In the church, it's normally like, I feel the Lord is saying we should be a missionary. You know, whereas there, it's like, he's told me, like, he's just there.
Exactly.
Wow. Which means presumably he couldn't be then there. presumably, because maybe Sodom and Gomorrah, when it says, I think I'll go down and have a look, that's interesting, isn't it? You know, I thought you were already knowing. Why do I need to go down? You know, I'm hearing some stories. I'm going to check it out, you know.
Exactly.
So it looks like we're in a different world back then. And it morphed and evolved and changed. And then we're back to the very beginning of this, which is a very good ending point. Greek philosophy got in the way again, gave us the immortal soul, gave us the timeless God, eternal now, a God that almost can't move. He knows everything from the end, like a film, or he ordains it if you're a Calvinist. Where is any of that really in the Old Testament? You know, meticulous sovereignty or knowledge.
Yeah.
It does seem to be. He does ordain some things and does some things, but it doesn't seem to be this meticulous knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, you can find a passage where it says he knows the end from the beginning, but like, it's again not univocal. And
no, it's not univocal. Yeah.
Thank you, Pagan Prince, for the super chat. Have we embraced the idea we are entering a new age renaissance yet? A rebirth of old philosophies, a cycle reborn as in the old dies.
We embraced the idea we're entering the new age.
I think a lot of people I think people who didn't know are now discovering it. And as I say to all my classicist friends and scholars that I bump into, I do have a fascination with the pre-Plato, the abstract entity concepts. I kind of like the old rugged, the world and nature itself became different entities and powers, and polytheism made a lot of sense. And trying to put it all under one, I'm not even saying it because I believe it. I'm just saying it because I like
see
that
how it can
view.
happen.
You could see why humans would have done this.
Yeah.
And the fact that we now have made
happen.
everything so abstract, everything so there's got to be this one thing, and it creates problems. As Stephen Fry said when he was asked the question, if you died, let's say Christianity was true, he said, and you died and you appeared before God, what would you say to him?
Yeah.
And he says, I'd say, how dare you? How dare you? Bone cancer in children, all that kind of stuff.
What's that about?
He says, what's that about? Then he says, but if I came before Zeus or Jupiter, he said, I would understand because they're fucked up too.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
They don't have it all.
Yeah.
So,
well, that reminds me, just before, you might have heard this, there was an apocryphal story that I heard in my church years ago of a young 7-year-old or something like that reading the Bible with the mother or something, came across the flood, and the flood wiped out the whole people in God's anger and wrath. And the girl, who was obviously brought up in this Christian church, and said, I think that's before God became a Christian.
That's so cute.
That's so amazing, isn't it? That's the rationality. Now, it's probably an apocryphal story, but it says it, isn't it? It's like, yeah, the genocides, that's before God really sort of thought, perhaps we shouldn't be doing this this way. You know what I mean?
Open theism, open theism could potentially like grant these kinds of things, but
I was an open theist for a while, a good while.
Yeah.
And I realize now it's come from these ideas of a sort of a more superhuman God that doesn't know everything, isn't in charge and total control. But at the time, it made sense of I couldn't hack Calvinism and ordaining everything and planning the sin and planning the rapes and the murders and the genocides. I couldn't accept that as God's plan. And then I had trouble with God just simply knowing it, because I thought history was just a film. Roll the tape, why don't you?
Yeah.
You know, like in a film, you can't change a film. You can't go in and say we can go this way or that way. It's not interactive. So then it was forcing me down an open theist line. You probably never got there.
I didn't get to open theism. I went to Calvinism, and when I got there, that was hard enough. That was enough for me, and I just didn't want to worship a God that did not have it all figured out. I had seen enough, because I was, when you're in a systematic stance, I got deeply entrenched in it, and then from there I went to full preterism, and then so I didn't really have time to go visit the open theistic kind of perspectives and stuff. I was a systematic kind of thinker. I saw enough predestination stuff that I was like, okay, that I couldn't let that stuff go. We got one more here. IMA 1983 again. Thank you for the super chat. Isn't Israel a lion? David has to kill a lion and others before him. Are there a lot of lions in Israel? I don't think there are lions like that. I would imagine they probably export them from different regions if they did appear there. Lions killing, or David killing a lion, I personally think that story is something you find not only in Samson's story, which is the strong man who's tearing the lion apart barehanded. You also get it in the Gilgamesh story. You get it in Melkart iconography. So these other strongman heroes, they are killing lions barehandedly. I think that that's the mythology there. I don't think Israel is a lion. You might find some imagery that Israel might get used in some way like that, but I don't think Israel is a lion, in my opinion.
Isn't it that God is the lion, though? Like in
the lion and the lamb.
The lion and the lamb. Lamb is Jesus in Revelation, but the lion and the lamb. It's actually that's a funny thing, because it's not the lion and the lamb shall lie down together. Have you ever heard that? It's actually the wolf and the lamb. It's the wolf and the lamb.
Interesting. Yeah, I thought it was.
It's one of those things that everybody knows it's the lion and the lamb, but it's not. It's actually in the text. It's the wolf and the lamb, but it does mention a lion in the sentence before it. The lion, the animals, and then the wolf and the lamb shall lie down together. But lions are there in this sort of futuristic, earthly future. Definitely there. I thought it was a lion that came out and mauled all the kids, but it wasn't, was it? That was Bear. That horrible story.
Yeah, that was 42 kids or young men. Yeah. I hear people trying
to make it adults who are like rude teenagers worthy of being killed.
I don't care if an adult looked at you and said, "Hey, Baldy, you don't have 42 humans." I don't, it's the same problem. And then I think we should wrap things up. We're at 4 hours here. Twice the time I wanted to do.
Twice the time you allotted me. We're going on forever.
But that tells
use it legitimately.
You and me vibe. I'll just say this. The sacrifice of Isaac, they go, don't you know that Isaac was a grown man? He wasn't a child. Yeah. Doesn't that change the story? And I said, well, let's go a little further here.
Yeah.
Pretend Isaac was a grandpa.
Yes.
He's 70. He's lived way longer.
Yeah.
Do you think it sounds okay to put his ass on an altar and sacrifice him with a knife? He's older. I mean, it's like, because he's not an infant, and because he's not like a young teenager, and because he's not a grandpa, as long as he's in that ripe old age in the middle, that's the perfect time to do it, and we're okay with the story.
Same with Egypt and the firstborn. Let's say a lot of those firstborn would have been grown-up firstborns. It doesn't have to be a child or a baby or an infant, but it doesn't matter, does it? We're talking about the wholesale slaughter.
Yes.
And preservation of these by the angel. I mean, what's going on? I mean, it's just like, whoa. And so it's like, incredible. And God is, he sends a destroying angel, but it seems to be God's doing, and so, some people say, it's the destroying, Greg Boyd does that. It wasn't God actually doing it. It's the destroying angel. But that's kind of like, a president starting a war and then saying it's just the soldiers doing it.
Yeah.
It doesn't really work, does it?
No.
It's just the soldiers doing the killing. I'm not doing any killing, Same with the spirit that lies in that thing. Do you remember? Who's going to go and lie for me? Spirit step forward. I will. Whether it's the spirit or whether it's a spirit. It's like, okay, you go and lie for me. It's like, I remember an apologist told me once, and well, God wasn't lying. The spirit said he would do it. This spirit came forward. That's like,
that's like saying, who will go and be the hitman to murder this guy?
Yeah,
God didn't. God gave the order, but God didn't do it.
Do it exactly.
Yeah, like
really, culpability in this society would say, the real responsibility is the top guy, not the soldiers who are being obedient, because they're going to be killed if they're not obedient.
Right now, with what we got going on with leadership, there's a reason the responsibility falls on the leadership. So look, Andrew,
this has been
4
amazing,
hours, bro.
Yeah, we can't help it.
Yes, we can't help it, dude. I love you. I really do.
Yeah, I think we're very, very similar in what we've touched into and fascinated in and knowing about. It's amazing. And I learn a lot as well, because I'm thinking it touches into areas that I haven't looked into. So it's like you've discussed with so many scholars things that I haven't even touched.
You have too,
vaguely aware of. I have as well in certain areas. So it's like a matter of picking each other's brain on something.
Exactly.
And so, but yeah, I find it. So I'm always watching your channel. It comes up in my flow with a lot of others' channels. So I'm always in this world, particularly on the move in my I save the downloads and listen and watch. So it's been terrific. Being on here. So I hope somebody has learned a few things about this hell of a time. So
exactly. Go subscribe. Again, final shout out. Go subscribe to his podcast. And ladies and gentlemen, never forget, we are MythVision.
Son, do you want to know what the truth is? After this, there's no turning back. You take the blue pill and you wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to. You take the red pill and you stay in Wonderland, and I show you just how deep the rabbit hole goes. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.